Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will ever end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. 'Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living like this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets sneaking, and its madness got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my enemy. You're the Here we go again. I'm losing all the end. I'm
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a letter, or let her know, or let her roll, or let her.
Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want, baby. Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time's not sad, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the door hold close, it starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. Darkness that tried to swallow me. Some days I fall, but I need your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. Gravity.
I was angry before,
this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me, hold your hand while the pain was over, keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mess me up, tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? Now you're feeling in diamonds, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're feeling in diamonds, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no wonder right to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die. Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die. Wait. Did it die. Wait. Did it die.
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict, I'm a lowlife, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting, don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored, careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
Wait.
Did it die.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire.
it so hard to let you go? Let you is it so hard to let you go? You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two pass the line, but you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet, I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes.
You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. 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 Sometimes I feel that my love's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. 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 Eternal.
I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling.
empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will ever end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. 'Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my enemy. You're the
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a letter,
I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of dancing time. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time starts down, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain.
doesn't happen too often, but it happened today. Uno momento. 1 second. Oh. Wow, look at that. We're good. We're all set ready to rock and roll. I completely forgot that thing wasn't up. You're like, yo, I can see about what's behind you over there. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on? Traders, ADT Nation, inside the chat. How we doing? Everybody on YouTube, good morning and happy hump day. It is Wednesday, August 31st, the last day of the month, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to work with you guys. And profitable note team. It is the final day of the month, and let's make this the best day of the month, guys. All right, so yes, it's hump day. It is free stream Wednesday, the last day of the month. It's going to be an action-packed day. It's going to be a fun day, and if we can handle it, if we can make it happen, it's going to be a profitable day, but there has to be amazing opportunities in this market. I cannot wait for those blinds to come in. My goodness, this thing is so bright. It just comes right through the cracks of the blinds, right into my eyeballs. All right, guys, so again, hit me with that big old good morning. YouTubers, hit me with a big old good morning. Everybody inside the chat, hit me with a good morning as well. ADT Nation, what is up? What's going on? Who do we got in the house today? Who is ready to attack this trading session and who is ready to make it happen and lock in profits? We got Tyler up inside the chat. He's ready to go. We got Mr. Ron and George for the NYC, Mr. Mad Mike and Johnny Holmes. He is ready to go. Put some tape over it. That might be a really good idea. Give it about 30 minutes. It'll be away. It'll be far enough away. YouTubers, what's up, John? You got Mr. Joey over there holding it down. Steve, Mr. Ed Nevis, the man, the myth, the legend. NHL, Dimitri, what's going on? Darren as well. Good morning, traders over on YouTube. And then good morning, team inside the chats. ADT Nation, baby. The Alpha family is ready to rock and roll and to make today an awesome day. So, guys, we got a lot to talk about. There's definitely a lot to review to get you guys prepared for today's trading session. So I don't want to waste any time. I'm going to go ahead and dive right into it. Talk about our top stocks of the day. We got a few back burners as well, stocks that have great potential. And then we're going to hit the SPY and the Qs on the head and also talk about two stocks that I think have good potential as well, depending on what the overall market does today. So let's dive into it, guys. Without further ado, let's get you guys prepared for today's trading session. My top stocks, number one, we got MOB on watch. This is the new IPO stock that IPO'd last week. This thing IPO'd around 550, spiked up to 666. The simple fact that that high was 666, I am not going to trade this stock. There's just some bad juju about MOB. I don't know about you guys, but there's some bad juju with this stock. I think we need a new all-time high today. I think we need to break 666 and just hit 667 today, and I'll feel really good about the stock. But MOB is moving on up today. Right, MOB is up 31% at this point in time. It's a larger float stock, but it's also a newer IPO stock, and we definitely know that these new IPO stocks can rip and run. So we definitely want to be watching this above 287 today. 287 support at this point in time. I'd like to see if we can get back above that 320 level. If we can get above 320 and trade above 320, we could see a nice rip back up to these pre-market highs and then 368 here on MOB, guys. So right now, out of the stocks that we have on watch, there's not a lot of great opportunity at this point in time. As you guys can see, I haven't taken a trade yet because I haven't really seen that one fantastic setup. So again, volume's a little scattered right now, but we have to take what we have and try and identify the best stocks, right? That's all we can do. If we got 10 stocks that look good, what are the 2 or 3 stocks that look even better, that look amazing to be focused on right at 9:30? And MOB is one of those stocks that have great potential right out of the gate. So we definitely want to see if we can hold above 287 today, ideally break back above that 321 and hold 321 as support. And then we can see buyers move back in to push this back up to those pre-market highs around $3.47. And then we could potentially see this up towards around $3.68 and then $4. Again, there's no reason to be buying this one right now. But out of the 10 stocks that we've looked at today, the 10 stocks that have potential, MOB is definitely one of those top 10 stocks that look the best. We want to get prepared, get focused, and see if this stock provides us with any opportunity right out of the gate. So right now, MOB, go ahead and get your levels marked up. Go ahead and get prepared, guys. And now we just need to sit back and wait for an opportunity to present itself at or near one of these levels, right? That's all we have to do is be patient and wait for the opportunity. But MLB could definitely provide us with some opportunity today. Number 2, that's going to be on watch. And honestly, this will probably be number 1, right? It's definitely one of our top 3 stocks, but we'll probably be watching NUWE right out of the gates as the number 1 stock. So this morning, NUWE announces new clinical data demonstrating 100% survival at 30 days following use of ultrafiltration in high-risk post-product. I can't even say some of these big words. Again, when you look at a press release, you're like, what are some of these big words? Listen, I don't know the big words yet, nor do I care what some of these big words are. All I need to really look for in these press releases are keywords, right? Hot keywords in hot press releases, right? So if I see something that has a phase 1 trial, positive phase 1 trials, I know that's a pretty good press release. If I see a company dropping a press release that says they met their primary endpoints in phase 3 trials, I know that's a fantastic press release. I don't care what the big word means. All I care about is meeting primary endpoints. That's what sends a stock soaring, right? So I'm looking for keywords. They're announcing new clinical data demonstrating 100% survival rate. So that's a pretty good press release on NUWE, and no wonder it's going from 63 cents, hitting these highs of 133. So we definitely want to watch NUWE today. It's currently up 95% at this point in time, and it's trading fantastic volume, and it's a nice low float stock. So we definitely want to keep NUWE on high watch today, guys. All right. So at the absolute lowest you would want to see NUWE go to still be in play today is going to be 92 cents. That's your 200 SMA. At the lowest, we don't want to see it back down at 92 cents. We really don't want to see it back below $1, but it could still be in play and provide us with opportunity as long as it's above 92 cents. That's your bottom support level at this point in time, right at your 200 SMA here on NUWE. Right now, we can see that we broke above our 108 level, retested 108, and then proceeded to break over that 117, 118 level. So that's going to be our next level of support at this point in time. Old resistance, new support. Would really like to see this hold above that 117, 118 level. And if we can, we could definitely see it bounce back up towards around high a day of 133. And then one of our main targets today is going to be 145 here on NUWE, guys. So if we look at that spiking high here from April 11th, that was right at 145. You see a 145 break, where could it go? 150 psychological resistance. And if we start to break that 150 level, we could see this thing all the way up towards around 187 here on NUWE. Now, if we start to crack below that 117, 118 level, again, it's okay. Bottom support's at 92 cents. But you do have another level of support to keep on watch if we start falling below that 117 to 118 level. That's going to be 108. And 108 is that spiking high from July 5th. So again, these spiking highs love to be respected. 108, spiking high, it was respected as resistance. It broke above. It was respected as support. Then we proceeded to break above that 117, 118 level, and we have room to the next spiking high at 145, all right? So if we do fall below 117, you have room down to 108, all right? Supports. If you crack 108, you could see it down at $1, psychological support. And then at the absolute lowest that you'd want to see the stock go is 92 cents, all right? So let's see where the stock's going to hold on up. Now we're just really waiting for the best opportunity to present itself at this point in time. And we know we have room to 145, 150, and then up into the 180s here on NUWE. And what I want you guys to do right now at this point in time is also run a trend line here on this stock. Go off that hiccup candle, lower shadow. So point it right there at like 80 cents at 7:03 this morning and run it out to the right. Connect this low, and let's see if this trend line holds on up. If this trend line holds on up, it's also right at that 117 to 118 level. You also have your 20 EMA sitting right there at 118 also. So that's going to be a decent little level to see NUWE stay above for an out-of-the-gate bounce and an out-of-the-gate at the open push back to 133, then possibly 145 and 150. Let's definitely keep NUWE on high watch at the start of the day. And then last stock that we definitely want to keep on watch, I think, is MGAM, guys. Now, I know MGAM is giving quite a bit back, right? We're gapping down from 530 to 487. So not a huge gap down, about 40 cents, but we are gapping down. And when we see a stock gap down after a big green day, what kind of formation is that? Well, that's going to be a mid-candle breakout, and we actually have a nice mid-candle breakout opportunity today on SNTG, right? So Monday, massive green day. We gapped down and closed right in the middle, providing us with a mid-candle breakout opportunity. So if we don't see MGAM really breaking that 5 and 530 level today and seeing some good action to the upside, and let's say it just sits under $5, but above 430, and it just kind of sits in that 70-cent window today and just chops, it could give us a mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. So if we don't see the stock breaking 5 and breaking 530 and having a ton of volume today and really looking good, it may not do anything today. But at this point in time, it was one of yesterday's top gaining stocks. And assuming these other stocks don't do too much, what do traders typically do? They go back over to those prior day top gaining stocks. And if we look at MGAM, it was yesterday's number one stock. It closed up 103%. This is the first stock that traders could resort back to if all else fails. So MGAM, we want to watch this one back above 5 and 530. 530 is yesterday's close. If we can see the stock above 5, that's a good first sign. If we can see the stock breaking above 530, that looks even better. And then maybe at some point, we start to break this downtrend, right? And if we ever set up for a break of the downtrend, that's when things get interesting. And that's when we could see the stock really start to move on up in our favor. Back up to 588. $6, and then maybe back up to those post-market highs of 630. I know I'm saying maybe a lot because we don't have really that one stock that looks fantastic. It's all really a maybe right now, right? Maybe the stock moves. If it does, we're prepared, but it may not. And I don't really have that one stock I'm convicted on, that one stock that really just stands out amongst the others. So really my approach today is to find the 3 stocks that look the best, but still have a nice back burner watch list of stocks that show good potential. But really sitting back at the start of the day, looking to see where traders go. What's that one stock that traders decide this is the number one stock of the day? That's the stock I want to be on. So that means me sitting back at the start at 9:30 and looking at our scanners to see what stock is moving the best, right? But we definitely want to be watching MGAM. You have $4.90 to $5 resistance. Okay, if we can break back above that level, that's a good first step in the right direction. Then back above 530, we could start to see this thing take on off, back up to 580, $6, and then back up to those post-market highs of 630. Bottom support on MGAM is going to be 435. And like I said, if we stay above 435 and below $5 and we kind of just sit sideways, there's not going to be opportunity today with MGAM, but it could set up for a possible mid-candle breakout tomorrow. And that brings me on over to SNTG. Is we do have a very nice mid-candle breakout opportunity with SNTG. This is going to be our number one back burner sleeper play pick of the day. Bottom support at this point in time is 336. If you fall below 336, it doesn't look good. It's coming off that watch list. As long as we hold 336 and start to break this 376, which we're trying right now, that looks good. That would be a break back above yesterday's close. And that's where we could see some initial volume really start to move on in. Breaking above $4 yesterday's open, that's where even more volume can move on in. And I definitely want to be looking to get long on SNTG for that possible mid-candle breakout. Over 412, that's where the most volume should really start to move on in, pushing the stock back up to $5. That was Monday's close. And then up towards around Monday's spiking high of 571. So I want to see the first initial break over 375, 376. And if we're holding that level as support and we see some good volume out of the gate, I may start jumping on in this ahead of time, looking for the break over 4. If we break 4 and 412, I may add to that stock once again, expecting this mid-candle breakout to really play on out for us and push up towards around $5 and then 571. Once again, bottom support, 336 at this point in time. You ever see the stock falling below 336? It doesn't look good. It's not setting up for the mid-candle breakout. You take it off the watch list. So that's going to be SNTG. So once again, here are going to be our top stocks of the day if you're just now tuning in. Right now at this point in time, we do want to be watching MOB at the start of the day. Bottom support, 287. Current resistance, 321. Breaking 321, we could take it long to 346 and then 368. MOB, one of our top stocks to be watching. NUWE above 117, above the 20 EMA and above this trend line, we look great right at the start of the day, guys. We got 15 minutes to go. Maybe you have a trade right here, right now in pre-market. There's a lot of great pre-market opportunities. PDD on Monday. Yesterday, we had a great pre-market opportunity. This could be a decent pre-market opportunity right around this 117 and this trend line. Definitely keep this one on high watch. You crack below 117, it's coming down to 108. You crack below 108, it's coming down to $1. You crack below $1, it's coming down to 92 cents. That's the lowest you want to see the stock go. We ever start falling below 92 cents, take it off your watch list. But if we can hold on up here and start to bounce, we could bounce back up to 133, 145, and then 150. NUWE, another top stock to be watching right out of the gates. And yes, MGAM is going to be the third and final stock that I want to be watching right at the start of the day, just to see if we can get back above $5. That's a good first step. Back above 530, that's where more volume moves in, and we could see the stock rip and run again like it did yesterday. Bottom support, MGAM, 435. And then the number one back burner sleeper play pick of the day is going to be SNTG for the possible mid-candle breakout, guys. All right, now we do have some back burners that could move, but again, there's not a lot of opportunity right now at this point in time, right? So AQST dropping a good press release. It's given a lot back. Back burner the stock, maybe it sets up. If it bounces off the 20 EMA today and starts to break that daily downtrend over 160, all right, there's potential to 179, $2, and then 244. But right now, it's on the back burner. It's got to prove itself. Let it come down to 134. If you start to see a bounce, that's a good first sign. We start to break that daily downtrend at 160. You want to get long to 179, 2, and then 244. But right now, it may not do anything at all, as it's not really doing much here in pre-market. That's why it's a back burner. It has potential. There could be a good trade today, but it definitely doesn't look good. It doesn't stand out amongst the other stocks that we just discussed. AQST, go ahead and add that to a back burner. There is potential, but again, we need to sit back and wait to see what this does at the start of the day. HOUR is another back burner stock, and I may go ahead and add HOUR in place of MGAM. So I'm actually going to do that. So HOUR is a top gaining stock. Or not a top gaining stock. It's a number one, number two, number three stock. It's one of our top stocks today, HOUR, and we're going to remove MGAM from a top stock and add it to the back burner because I like HOUR's setup much more than MGAM. So HOUR at this point in time is going to be added, and we're going to go ahead and remove MGAM and put MGAM on the back burner. The reason why I want to add HOUR to one of our top stocks for the day is because we're not just dumping on off, right? We're actually holding above support relatively well. We're actually right above this trend line. We could see we have a nice trend line from yesterday in post-market and pre-market. So we could definitely open on up and start to bounce off this trend line. And if that's the case, I definitely want to think about getting long on HOUR, especially if we start to break this downtrend as well. So again, looking for a possible entry off this trend line, want to see it hold. The second the trend line cracks, you want to be out of that trade. You have room down to $4. But if this trend line can hold on up and we open with some volume, bounce off the trend line, and then proceed to break the downtrend, we could definitely play this long back to $4.75, $4.95 to $5, and then $5.20 here on HOUR. So at this point in time, HOUR, one of our top three stocks to watch right at the start of the day because we have a really nice technical backing. And then we're just simply going to take MGAM from a top stock and add it to a back burner watch list. All right. So once again, our back burners, you got AQST, SNTG, our number one back burner sleeper play pick for that possible mid-candle breakout. And then MGAM back burner could move today. If not, it could absolutely set up for a mid-candle breakout tomorrow. All right, top stocks, once again, if you're just now joining, MOB, HOUR, and then NUWE, and you could have been making your entries right at 117 here in pre-market, taking profit at 133, and then 145. And then we still have a pretty good swing trade opportunity with AVYA. So there's a couple reasons I still like AVYA. Number one, we didn't lose the 20 EMA. We actually came down pretty low yesterday, but we actually saw a little bit of a bounce towards the end of the day. Respecting that 20 EMA, still consolidating between the 20 EMA and the 50 SMA. This is a daily moving average squeeze formation. These are my favorite swing trade strategies out there, guys. When we see them, they work out consistently. The risk is nice and low. The reward is nice and high. The other thing that I really like about AVYA is 25% of the stock's float is currently short. So if we can start to see a break over that 165 and 175 level, we could start to see a nice little short squeeze on the stock. And there's a lot of great potential to the upside, right? We have room to $2. We have room to 261. We have room up towards around $3 and then beyond. This stock could really start taking on off. And our risk is nice and tight if we ever fall and close below the 20 EMA. It completely invalidates this trade. So our risk is nice and tight, and our reward is pretty substantial to the upside, at least to fill that daily gap at $2, then 260, then up towards around 3. And then if this thing really starts taking on off, again, 25% of the float is currently short. And we know that typical short squeezes occur between that 20 to 30% short float interest. So that's another reason I like AVYA, not just that daily technical formation, our moving average squeeze, but also 25% of the stock's float is still currently short at this point in time. So we still have an open position on AVYA for the swing trade, and maybe we start to see some action today on this stock, and maybe, just maybe, I decide to add to this stock and get a really nice cost basis for that nice big squeeze to the upside. We will still be watching AVYA, right? The SPY and the Qs, a couple levels that keep on watch, all right? Let's talk about the SPY first. So the SPY is starting to break its downtrend, right? So that downtrend from Friday, we are breaking here in pre-market. We can see it was a validated trend line, several touches of the downtrend. When we broke it, we came back down for a retest as well. That looks pretty good, guys. So we went from the bearish side to the bullish side of that trend line. But we still need to break another key level before we think about playing calls. We need to be trading above 40116, right? We need to be trading above 40116. We break above 40116 and we hold that level of support. We want to play calls today up to 404. But let's say we fail to break 40116 and we fall back below $400, that psychological level of support. And then we start to fall back below the 50 SMA again. That's a really strong sign of weakness. And we want to be looking to play some puts down to those pre-market lows of 397.55 and then 396. We ever start to see the SPY cracking below 396, we have room down to 390, right? That could happen today. It really depends on what the SPY does at that 40116. We can't break above it. We fall back below 400. That's a sign of weakness. We play it down to 397.50 for puts, 396, and then 390. But if we're able to break back above and hold 40116 as support, we're going to play some calls up to 404 today. The Qs, very similar technicals, just different prices, right? So the Qs breaking their downtrend after they broke the downtrend, came back for a retest, and now we're moving on up. The key level that we need to get above here on the Qs is going to be your 50 SMA, and your 50 SMA there is 307. My dyslexia is crazy sometimes. 304.71, all right? So the 50 SMA at this point in time is 304.71. That's going to be that key deciding, level here on the Qs is that 50 SMA. So if we can break above that 50 SMA of 304.71 and stay above it as support, we have some great potential up towards around 307 and then some potential up towards around Tuesday's pre-market highs, right around 308 to 308.30, right? That's if we break and hold above that 50 SMA, and that's assuming the SPY is breaking and holding above 40116. But if we can't break and hold above that 50 SMA and we start to fall back below 303.30, we absolutely want to play puts down towards around 301.20, and then yesterday's lows right around 299 here on the Qs. And that would mean the Qs are also cracking that multi-month uptrend, right? We had a nice bounce off that level yesterday. So again, we could see that bounce on up today. We definitely have a great plan built for those calls, for that long position. But if we don't see that break in that retest and we're not playing calls and we see weakness and we ever really start to crack this trend line here, things could get really interesting to the downside. And we could see the Qs all the way down towards around 295.83, 293.56. And then we have some lower gaps to be filled here on the daily chart, all the way back down in the 280s. So really keeping that level on high watch today, guys, to see what happens at or near that multi-month uptrend here on the Qs. But to really start our day, it comes down to that 50 SMA. We stay below the 50 SMA, fall back below 303.30. We're going to play some puts on down to 301.29, and then yesterday's lows, but also keeping that multi-month trend line on watch. But if we do break above the 50 SMA here intraday, hold it as support, that's when we go ahead and play some calls and trade this long up to 307.09 and then 308.38. All right, guys, assuming the markets have a nice day today. Let's say the SPY bounces on up. It's a nice little green day. Let's say the Qs bounce on up, and it's going to be a nice little green day. And we're playing calls, and we're trading the SPY and the Qs long. We want to trade Disney long off the daily gap fill bounce, right? So yesterday we came down again to fill that daily gap, and there for a moment, it looked like we were going to lose that level and continue lower. But we're actually pushing above that 112.50 level here on Disney. So assuming the SPY has a great green day and we're playing calls. Assuming the Qs have a great green day and we're playing calls. Well, Disney's going to correlate with the overall market and most likely move up as well. We want to play calls above 112.50 up to 114.77. And all we're doing is playing the daily gap fill bounce strategy, assuming the overall market moves higher as well to help Disney move on up. But if the markets are dropping on off, guys, you don't want to play those calls on Disney because it's probably not going to bounce off that daily gap fill up to that 114.77. So it really depends on what the SPY and the Qs are doing today to determine, are we going to trade those calls on Disney up to 114.77. And then lastly, I do want to watch Snapchat. So Snapchat was definitely something I had on watch this morning. And this stock is already getting a big old move. I was looking for Snapchat to be able to break back above that 942 level, back up to 10. And this stock is already getting some great action. So what's going on with Snapchat here? Meta platform shares spike higher on Snap 8K filing on program. Job cuts. Snap plans to slash 20% of staff in cost-cutting drive. Snap says $500 million share purchase program announced previously now complete. So they're going to be slashing 20% jobs. They say that $500 million share repurchase program that was announced previously is now complete. So we do have some great action here with Snapchat. So Snap was already on watch for the break back above 940 for the move higher today. And Snapchat's already getting some great action. So let's go ahead and get some more due diligence done here on Snapchat because we're absolutely going to be keeping this one on watch, guys. All right, we have some room to 1188 here on the daily. Then we're going to have some resistance up towards around 1275, 1330, and then possibly seeing Snapchat at 1560. That very well could happen here on SNAP, guys. All right, where is going to be another little level of resistance? Probably right around that 1128. Yeah, right around 1128, which we're currently sitting at right now at this point in time on Snapchat. So right around that 1128 level. So right now you have current resistance. I'm going to call it 1133, right at 1133 here on Snapchat. And you already made a pretty massive move to the upside, over $2.50 to the upside. It's due for a pullback. Where could we see the stock pull back to? Well, ideally, yesterday's close right around 10 bucks. But if we ever start to see Snapchat falling back below 10 bucks, down towards around 942, and that was that nice daily bottom here on Snapchat. So I'm not touching it right now. We're sitting right at resistance. I'd like to see it pull back first, come down, bounce off 10 at the lowest 942, but ideally 10 bucks, and see a nice bounce up to 1133. If we ever break 1133, we do have potential to 1188. That's daily resistance. We have room to the 50 SMA at 1218. That's resistance as well. If we ever see that 1218 break, we could see 1275 and then 1313 here on Snapchat. But ideally, I want to see this level get rejected. I'd love to see it pull back to 10. It set up off 10 bucks for a nice little opportunity back up to 1133 here on Snapchat. All right, so we're definitely going to be watching SNAP today, watching Disney for the daily gap fill bounce, assuming the overall market has a nice green day. And you guys know exactly what we're looking for here on the SPY and the Qs. The Qs need to be breaking above that 50 SMA to play calls. If not, you're playing puts. And the SPY needs to be breaking and staying above 401.16 to play calls. If not, you're going to be thinking about playing some puts on back down to those lower levels, guys. But to start our day, we got MOB on watch out of the gates. We have HOUR on high watch right here out of the gates. And then NUWE on high watch out of the gate as well, guys. So we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's have a fun day. Like I said, there's not really fantastic opportunity right out of the gate, guys. There's not that one stock that I absolutely love that I'm willing to buy right now, right here. I'm personally sitting back on my hands, waiting for that one stock to really prove itself. This is where every trader is at. Then we'll get prepared and make it happen, guys. But to start the day, we're going to be watching NUWE at this point in time, guys. Probably followed by HOUR off to the side, and then MOB to see if MOB sets up today. All right, so we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's have an awesome day. Let's end the month of August on a strong and profitable note, guys. And let's have fun while we do it. Let's get ready to go, and let's attack this day, guys. I stream from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. inside of chats, Monday through Friday. I go live once a week here on YouTube for Free Stream Wednesday, and the stream's open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with me on the mic starting at 9 a.m., and then we're all set. So SNTG already starting to get some mid-candle action here, guys. SNTG already starting to get some mid-candle breakout action, and we're now starting to push above $4. So let's keep SNTG on high watch here. SNTG, as we could see a nice little mid-candle breakout opportunity, again, right out of the gate here with SNTG. So I definitely want to keep this one on high watch here and see if we can start breaking above that 412 level and actually staying above 412. If so, we have great potential up towards around $5. SNTG is definitely one of our top stocks right now at this point in time. SNTG. Sometimes you don't have that one stock that really just stands out at the start of the day, guys. There's every now and then you start your day where it's like, man, I can't find one stock that really stands out to me. And that's okay. Sit back for the first 5 to 10 minutes. Be patient, guys. What was our best trade yesterday? One of our best trades is at like 10:30, 11 o'clock yesterday. So it doesn't matter how quick you make money. What matters is, are you locking in those profits? Are you walking away profitable? And so right now, just kind of sit back and be patient here, team. Wait for the absolute best opportunity to present itself. But let's definitely keep SNTG on high watch here as we're starting to get a little bit of action and we're trying to break over yesterday's high at 412 at this point in time. All right, so we want to make sure we're not missing anything. So we definitely want to be watching the Qs out of the gate. Definitely watching the SPY here out of the gate to see if we start getting opportunity. But we see the SPY and the Q start to bounce on up. Disney's right at that level, guys. So Disney is literally right at that 112.50. So if we see the market start to bounce on up, you could look for your entries here on Disney right at that 112.50. You have room up to 114.77. And you could put stops underneath yesterday's low if you want, but ideally stops underneath 112. I'm watching Snapchat back down towards around 10. Then NUWE right now getting some great action. So NUWE is still one of our top stocks. I'm still watching HOUR to see if we're going to hold above this trend line for a possible entry. All right, you got SNTG, that mid-candle breakout, trying to get some action. So those are your top stocks. We got SNTG off the mid-candle. HOUR off the trend line. If we start to bounce off this trend line and break the downtrend, I'm absolutely looking to get long on HOUR to start the day, guys. And I may be looking for an entry right now over on HOUR But NUWE off that 117, never failed. Nice big rip, and now you're getting halted to the upside on NUWE, guys. So if you guys were ready to rock and roll at that 117 level, you could have made your entry there on pre-market. You had another opportunity here out of the gate. Nice big rip and run, and you're currently halted to the upside here on NUWE. So right now, we're going to be watching NUWE for when it goes live out of this halt, guys. And like I said, if HOUR is going to stay above this trend line, look at how many times it's touched that trend line, right? Even today, it's being validated. It came down 2 times to the penny. So if we ever crack below 410, you're completely out. You're completely out of this below 410. But as long as we hold this trend line, we have great potential to break this downtrend and get some great action to the upside. I definitely want to keep HOUR on watch here to see what happens down towards around this trend line, guys. So we're definitely watching HOUR at this point in time. We need to wait for a little bit of a better entry on SNTG. We don't want to chase this stock. Again, wait for that little bit of a pullback. Let's wait for the next best entry. Still keeping SNTG on high watch. NUWE will be live at 9:39:50, so we got plenty of time there. And then that swing trade on AVYA. NHL 22, you get way more than that. You get way more than just daily streams. But right now we got HOUR on high watch, looking to see if we can possibly grab an entry as close to that trend line as possible, looking for that trend line to hold on up, and looking to see if we get a break of that downtrend for some action to the upside. Right now, if you crack below 410, you want to be completely out, and the spreads are about 8 cents at this point in time, guys. So spreads are about 8 cents right now at this point in time on HOUR. Very, very light volume play, but there's great potential to start to see this rock and roll to the upside. Definitely want to be watching this, guys. High watch on HOUR. See if we can get the ball rolling right off that trend line. Looking to see if that trend line holds on up. If we ever start to break this downtrend, we have some great potential to the upside. Trading Education Center, the video lessons library, daily streams, live commentary, daily trading lessons, all that good stuff. You're going to get all that plus some inside of chat. Right now, I want to be watching HOUR. I'm going to start jumping in here. Small size because, again, buying this one at 430. I'm not a fan of being a buyer at 430, but I like the potential. So that's why I'm taking my size back. Very small size, like really small size, guys. There's not a lot of volume, but I see the potential for this to be a nice little sleeper play that just starts ripping out of nowhere and kind of just slides under everybody's radar. So I am going to go ahead and jump in there to start a position at 435, but I'm not jumping in with 5,000 shares like I would like at 410. I'm going to start with 600 shares and look to build a position if this stock still looks good for that break of that downtrend. But getting an entry here in between downtrend resistance and uptrend support, looking for this to bounce on up as it already came down 2 times and hit that trend line, and it bounced. Right? If we start rocking to the downside, we start rolling on over, we start dropping, right? I get to keep my stops nice and tight because I only have 600 shares. If we ever start to break that downtrend and that VWAP, you may see me adding to it and selling into that potential pop to the upside. Let's see if HOUR can start to break that downtrend. And if we can, maybe I start adding to this position, looking for the break up towards around 476, and then $5 here on HOUR at this point in time. There's the break. We got to get VWAP. So I'm not adding yet because we got to break the VWAP. So I'm not going to add yet here to HOUR. Just going to hold a small position. I'm just going to hold a small position on this one and see if this thing is going to get back up towards around that 527. There's a nice squeeze. There's a nice break. We're already up 200 bucks. Wow. Should we scale out? Probably a good idea to scale out a little bit. Maybe just take a little bit of position here. But we're definitely ripping on up, guys. We got some great action on HOUR. Nice bounce off the trend line. Nice break of the downtrend. Let's go ahead and just take a little bit. Let's just start scaling out a little bit here. I wish I would have gotten bigger position, but weighing out the pros and the cons and the risk to reward, it didn't make sense to jump in with 5,000 shares just in case it dropped. So I had to go really small on position there with HOUR, but we're going to start scaling out here as we're starting to squeeze on up. So we're going to scale out a little bit more here in the 470s. And we'll take a small base hit to start our day. You know, 200 bucks. Definitely get the day going. Take a little bit more here at 460, and now I'm holding 300 shares. So very small position, but it's a nice base hit to get the day going, guys. It's all about identifying setups, having multiple reasons to take a trade, building a quality trade plan, and then having no fear and simply executing. I know at 625 shares, if I would have gotten stopped out, I know what my risk was. I know if this would have broken the downtrend in the view app and squeezed up to 5 and then 520, I know what my reward is. So I was willing to jump in with 600 shares and risk, you know, that 25 cents to potentially get that 50-cent pop to the upside. And so far, we got maybe 30 cents to the upside out of this. We still have another potentially 20, 25 cents that we could get out of HOUR. And I'm taking profits into the move, right? Why am I taking profits into the move? Way ahead of my target, because we haven't seen follow through in this market. And that's how we trade. We see a good setup, we take it, but we take profits into the move because we see lack of follow through. That's the only adjustment that we're making. Quality setups, build our plans, we take the trades. But instead of holding on to them, looking for those big time rips and runs, we're taking profits into the move because of the lack of follow through in the market. Looking to see if we get a bounce off VWAP back above 460. If not, I'm going to take a little bit more profits and just take a couple $100 to start the day, guys. Starting off good, starting off strong. We'll keep adding to the bottom line. I like base hits. Base hits are nice. Take a little bit more here as it's not looking all that great. But we could always re-enter if we want. Looking to see if it bounces off 450 here. We're going to go ahead and start locking up profits. I'm going to lock it in, guys. I'm just going to lock it up. Right, we've already got a nice pop, and I'm just trading with the market. The market hasn't been following through. The market looks like it wants to follow through, then it dumps. So why am I going to sit here knowing the market likes to drop on back down and give back profits? I'll take 150 to start the day and see if we get another good setup that presents itself. If you guys are still holding, you should be taking profits into the move. You guys know that inside of chat. Take profits into the move, and now you go risk-free. So just go risk-free on the trade. Put a hard stop at break even, and then ride the rest of your position risk-free up to 5, and then 520 here on HOUR. That's the best way to manage this trade, is go risk-free, just in case there's no follow-through. But if there's follow-through, that's fine. You're not going to get stopped out. You still have about 40 to 50 cents to the upside. All right, so not a bad way to start the day. HOUR, that was a good little setup. I'm glad we made HOUR a top stock versus MGAM, because MGAM is looking pretty dead and weak. It was the right idea to go ahead and swap those two out and go with HOUR because it had that trend line. MOB, that's dumping on off pretty hard. I still like SNTG. I'm not going to lie. I do like SNTG, guys. I think SNTG has great potential off that mid-candle breakout. But I don't like how choppy it is, and I don't like the no volume, right? It's trading like 2,000 shares a candle, right? 2,000 shares, 6,000 shares. There's just no volume here. But I like that we're kind of sitting at this trend line off the 20 EMA again, and we're trying to hold above 412. So it's definitely worth watching here around 412. But I'm going to be a little bit more patient on SNTG. If you guys want this trade, you have room to 5, and you're at 413. What does that mean? That means you have about 90 cents to the upside. What's your maximum risk? 45 cents. Can you risk 45 cents? What's 45 cents? That's under low a day. So absolutely, if you're buying right here, you got 90 cents to the upside. 45 cents a risk puts you under low of day. So that's a traditional plan, right? It's 2-to-1 setup. You're looking to sell at 5. You come down below 376, you get out. All right, so if you want that more of a traditional style trade, that's your plan. Stops under low a day with a $5 target for the mid-candle breakout. Now, it wasn't even a great halt strategy, right? We gapped up, we wicked down really low, but then we ended up squeezing. So let's see if we get a halt strategy now on NUWE. The stock was halted at 940.59. We'll be live at 945.59 here on NUWE. So we will be live in just a couple of seconds. So if we gap up to like 160 or 165, then come back down to 154, that's a halt strategy, and I would absolutely take that trade. Now, one thing I do want to point out, though, is when's the last time we actually saw a halt strategy work? It's been a while. So it may be risky, but I'm willing to take it. Let's see if we get that 160, 165 gap up. Not a big gap up. I don't like it. Nope. It's got to gap up at least 5 to 10 cents on this type of price. And it opened up at 155. Not a big enough gap up for the halt strategy. If you guys are still long in UWE and you're wondering where should I take some profits, 168 and then 186 are your profit taking levels. They're on NUWE. Nice. Kids King got in for the halt strategy at 137. Very good job. Job well done. Scale out into strength. You're right at 168 resistance. That's a profit-taking level. And then you got 186 on NUWE if you do break 168. Halt level at this point in time is 172. So if you hit 172, you're going to see the bid stack, and you're going to start to get halted at 172. 176 is the new halt level. So the halt level just got readjusted to 176. Still a profit-taking level right at 168. You guys got to do the right thing. Take some profits when you have them. Good job. Taking half. Well done. Well done. Disney, you had like 5 entries to go long at 112.50. And you can back that up with the Qs. And you can back up that long on Disney with the SPY, how the SPY's ripping on up and how the Qs are starting to rip on up. That backs up your entry at 112.50 off the daily gap fill bounce. You're already up, $1. So you already gotten your delta. So you got a 30 delta on your contract. You just made $30 a contract, and you barely took any heat on that trade. All right, we're only 18 minutes in. 18 minutes in, one trade on HOUR. Now we're just sitting back waiting for the next best opportunity. Looking to see if we can get that follow through here on SNTG off that mid-candle breakout. So I do want to keep SNTG on watch to see if we continue to get that pop, continue to get that follow through here. All right, so let's go ahead and put SNTG off to the side here. And let's continue to monitor this one. And if we have an entry, I'll definitely call it out. And obviously, every trader's here on NUWE. And we have a lot of great action on HOUR. So those are your 3 stocks at this point in time. NUWE number 1, HOUR number 2, and then SNTG number 3. To see if we can continue to get that follow through off that mid-candle breakout. But right now, I do want to watch for a possible entry here on NUWE. We do have room to 186. We already got some profits in profits chat today. What? There we go. Jose, nice. Ending the month green. NUWE plus 1,500. HOUR plus 140. AMD, nice little $13 profit. Well done already. Good job. Johnny, that means you were logged out, boss. So anytime it says file doesn't exist, that means you're still inside a chat, but the system logged you out. Again, we have a 24-hour logout period. So if we do updates, it forces the logout, and you have to log back in. So if you refresh your chat room, it'll say you're not logged in. Just go ahead and log in. You'll be able to post that profit picture up. So right now, just watching NUWE to see how much further it's going to pull back. Right? It's tapped that 9 EMA once, 2 times, 3 times. So it's really holding that 9 EMA at this point in time. And your first halt level was at 154. At your second halt level was right there at 154. So not only are we bouncing off the 9 EMA, we're also trying to hold that that second halt level of 154. So that's going to be our light support level at this point in time is 154. We have room to 186. I'm not long on NUWE at this point in time. I'm just waiting to see what the stock does at 154 support. If we start to see a nice little bounce and we see some buyers present down at 154, I may consider an entry off 154 and looking for a break of this downtrend as well, guys. So right now, NUWE is our top stock, and we're still watching SNTG for the possible mid-candle breakout. But I definitely want to bring my attention on over to NUWE. As long as we hold 154, we could bounce, break the downtrend, back up to 175 high a day, and then 186. So NUWE is the number 1 stock that I'm watching right now, and I am looking to pull the trigger right around 154. I'm going to start a position anticipating a bounce at 154. We fall below 154, I just walk away. Risk a couple pennies. Start my position here. If we start to break, I add, get a really nice cost basis, look for the break, scale out into high a day, and then 186. But I would love to try and catch this right at 154. I'm very particular on what my entry is. So if we get that nice little drop on down 154, I want to try and make an entry there. See it bounce, and then break the downtrend on up. But again, we are flagging at this point in time. We may not come down the 154, which means I missed the trade. But you guys don't need to miss it if you like the setup. You are flagging above the 9 EMA. So if you break out of this consolidation above the 9 EMA and you break the downtrend, you have great potential to squeeze to 175 and then 186. I don't like trading bull flags. So I would rather wait to see this come back down to 154 and then plan an entry. We took a little bit of heat around that 154. I'm risk-free now. I'm risk-free because we took a little heat around that 154. So I'm just going to go stop at break even right around 154. If it bounces and squeezes, I grab my entry at 154. There we go. That's what we wanted to see. Woohoo! This is how we do it. Taking half. I didn't even get a big size, but I like the squeeze. I like the bounce. Nailing that 154 entry. It's all about patience. Come on, baby. Get that break. Get that break. Oh my gosh. Well done. Well done, team. Well done. Wait for your entries. 154. Nice tight stops. Then we break the downtrend. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Now let's get that pop over 170, 175, and we could see 186. But I'm not going to give it too long because no follow through in this market. So I did lock in half quick just to lock in some profits. There's the pop up to 170, 163, pullback. We don't want to see it below 160. Still give it a chance to break over that 175. There's 175, 179 high day. Take half a high day. Not even a big profit, but it's just how clean the trade was. Not even a big profit. It was just how clean the trade was. That's it, right? Identifying a level you want to get in at, understanding why you want to get in, and what you think the trader's next move is going to be. And that's all we did. Some people say, oh, you're predicting the market. You predicted that. Well, in a sense, we did predict the 154 bounce, then the break, but it's all psychology at the end of the day, right? 154 was right around your 9 EMA. 154 was that halt level that hadn't been touched yet, and we know the halt level is like the hold of support, and we have more buyers present, and you got 150 underneath. So I'd like to see it dump on down the 154, bounce, and then with a big enough bounce, that's when buyers could jump in for the break of the downtrend. And that's exactly what happened. 154 entries. We got that bounce. We saw the follow through. Now it's halted to the upside. So very, very patient. Very, very patient. George got stuck in the halt. Nice. Nice. I got filled right as the stock was halting, I guess. I just took profit into that move. Right when it broke high a day, I sell into high a day. Because how many times do you get a false break over high a day and then it dumps? So, I mean, it wasn't a huge profit, but we're adding baby base hits to the bottom line, guys. That's it. We're just adding some baby base hits to the bottom line. We're already able to, 2 trades in at 370. So not too shabby. I'll probably just have to stay consistent with my size. Because if I start really getting aggressive with my size and I take one loss and I'm willing to take that loss, that's going to wipe out my profits. So I'm going to have to stay consistent with smaller size today, just to keep my losses small and to continue to lock in those base hits that could add up to a home run. So you probably won't see me taking really aggressive size today because I haven't taken aggressive size yet, to where if I start being aggressive now and my next trade is red, I just wipe out my profits plus some. So it doesn't make any sense to readjust in the middle of the day. So I have to stay consistent with relatively low positions and just trade that way today. That's just doing the right thing. That's a mindset shift. I want to control my aggression. I want to get aggressive, but I mean, it's got to be a killer setup, and I'll probably keep it nice and small. Mina locked in 230 over on YouTube. Nice. We got someone on YouTube locking in some great profits. Mina locking in a quick $230 on NUWE. Good job. Do we have some other traders inside of chat? Johnny Holmes had enough for one trade, made it count, hit my new daily goal of $75 on SNTG. Let's go, buddy. Use the last on NUWE at the 154 bounce for 107.50 on the day. Mr. Johnny. You got your $100 goal there, buddy. Good job, my friend. Way to come in. Way to crush it. Way to make it happen. Johnny's been on fire lately. Johnny's coming on the mic sometime. We're going to interview the crap out of Johnny. See exactly what's contributing towards Johnny's success here. You got Matt locking in a quick 480. Nice. Very nice, Matt. Jay locking in a quick 240 on NUWE. Good job, Jay. So now you guys can use some of those profits and join the team. And you can make money like that every single day inside of chat. Because this is what we do every single day inside of chat. Free profits. Technically a free membership. Joking. Love having you guys here. I'm happy you guys are making some cash. You guys are rocking and rolling. Good job. Carlos got $83 on HOUR. HOUR was a great trade, guys. HOUR was a great trade. Worked out beautifully. Nailed it. I never took SNTG. I'm not a fan of the light volume. If you guys took it, well done. I just don't like the light, choppy volume. So it's just not a trade for me. Not a trade for me. Oh, we got more profits coming on in. Hey, Catherine got 582 on HOUR. Tyler in and out before the halt. Got a 166 out at 178. Good job, Tyler. Johnny, I didn't see that email, but I'll have to definitely check that and see where it went. MOB, giving a lot back right now. SNTG, if you're in this, you're in this. If you're looking for a fresh trade, I highly suggest you're not buying it right now. You guys would have been in this at like 4 or 412 and maybe taking profits into the move, not buying into the move. So again, if you're in, you're looking good. If you're trying to buy here, your risk is too much. I'm sorry. Your risk to reward doesn't make sense to be a buyer here. You're buying here. You're buying down here. You're buying down here, right? You're selling into the move. So if you're in this, you still have room to 5. If you're trying to grab this as a fresh entry, I don't recommend it. So NUWE will be live at 9:59:29. We're live on NUWE with a gap down. That doesn't look good, and you already hit 186 resistance. So that could be your high a day at 185. You're right at resistance, been halted 3 times. What happens after the third halt? Things start dropping. Things start selling off. Just statistically speaking, after the third halt, things get really messy and really choppy. And you just hit pretty much 186 resistance. So you may start the dump on down and halt to the downside. And just like that, you're starting to halt to the downside at 155. So you're always taking profits when you can. And congrats for those of you that were locking in some profits. Now you're getting halted to the downside. And that's typically what happens after the third halt to the upside, guys. Carlos is like, I'm signing up after this trading day. Well, Carlos, if you're signing up and anybody else that's going to join the AlphaDayTrading team, don't do it yet. I may have something for you around lunch. Right? It's the end of the month. I always like doing giveaways. I like dropping some promotions and stuff like that. Spur of the moment. I'm just a very spur of the moment guy. I love being spur of the moment. Keeps things fresh. Keeps things interesting. And it's the last day of the month. We're coming into September, the final 4 months. If you're going to join, let's make it worth your while. Let's see what the team has to say about it. And maybe, just maybe, you save a couple bucks. So right now, let's finish up our trading, though. Right? We got some opportunity in the market, and that's where our focus is on the market to keep locking in those profits, guys. So far, up 370 on the day. Not too shabby. We got some members inside of chat coming in, locked and loaded. You got Catherine at 582. Johnny over his daily goal. You got Jose coming in, ending the month strong and green. Good job. You're looking for SNTG to stay above $4.12 and push up to 5. So that's all you want to see, is to stay above 412, ideally. That was yesterday's high a day. And then continue to rip on up to $5. And that's one of your main targets. But one thing that we teach our traders inside of chat is to sell into strength. Not everything, but start scaling out into moves. Start scaling out into strength, especially with penny stocks. Now, you're trading something like Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Q, SPY. You know, you're going to hold into strength. You may add into the move higher or the move lower, depending on which way you're playing it. With penny stocks, it's a little bit of a different approach. You're going to start scaling out into strength because you sometimes dump on off pretty hard and heavy, and you want to lock in profits when you have them quickly. All right, so I'm watching HOUR. As we know, HOUR loves trend lines, right? We made the entry off this trend line for the break of the downtrend, and now we have this intraday uptrend. So knowing that HOUR is respecting its trend lines, that tells me that traders looking and charting HOUR are probably charting trend lines. And what do buyers do? They buy off the trend line. What happens when the trend line cracks? They stop out. Short sellers enter, stock dumps. So as long as HOUR stays above this trend line, we could play this long to 520. The second HOUR cracks the trend line, you want to get out of this trade. We're definitely watching HOUR at this point in time. NUWE halted to the downside. We still have AVYA intact for now. You are getting right at that sweet spot to where you should see the squeeze and see the move within the next few days. So this is still on watch to see if we can get that moving average squeeze formation. FAZE, nothing going on there. AQST, nothing going on there. MOB, I don't like that big rug pull at high a day. So really all we have is SNTG for the mid-candle breakout, but there's no fresh entries right now at this point in time. I'm looking for an entry here on HOUR, possibly back down towards around this trend line. We know that NUWE is currently halted on down, and MGAM might be a better mid-candle breakout for tomorrow. So let's go ahead and put MGAM on a prior day mover list. Let's highlight that for the possible mid-candle tomorrow. Let's take it off our intraday watch list. And let's go maybe look at the SPY and the Qs. Qs, right off that 304.71, got rejected several times. The SPY, right off that 401.16, got rejected several times. Again, if we got rejected at that level, you're playing puts. So did anybody take puts off 401.16? That was our plan on the SPY. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 points, and then you cracked that 9 EMA. That was a great short. Qs. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rejections. That's clear rejection at that 50 SMA. That's where you want to play puts because we're not breaking above. If you would have broken above that level, you play calls. Same thing with the SPY. Breaking above 401.16, you play calls. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections. That's a crazy killer opportunity to the short side, and now you're riding some puts on down. Hey, at least someone grabbed that. I'm very happy. 1 put on the Qs, small win, took profits. Good job, One Tall Cool One. Nice bounce back after last week. Great bounce back. I'm glad that you took some Q puts off that level. If anybody grabbed some SPY puts, good job. It was very, very low risk. Pretty good reward. You want to see the SPY cracking below low a day to get to your 397.50 target. But definitely scale out. You're up 2 points, so you made the delta times 2. So if your delta was 30, you just made $60 a contract. All right, so looking for HOUR back down around this trend line to get the ball going. We already got the ball rolling. We're already doing pretty good. We're up 370 on the day. We got traders in chat already crushing it, blowing me out of the water. That's what matters most. As long as you guys are making more money than me, we're doing something right. But right now, we're just waiting for the next best opportunity, right? We're 30 minutes in, 2 amazing trades. Actually, 3 amazing trades. S&TG was a great mid-candle breakout. Actually, there's a lot of great trades, guys. There's a lot of great trades. The Disney never got to your target, but you guys know the take profits. You had that delta, so whatever your delta was, you made that per contract. And you're still about 50 cents above your entry, but since the markets are starting to roll on over on the SPY and the Qs, you may want to consider locking in profits and going risk-free on the rest, just in case the SPY and the Qs continue to drop on down. All right. Again, you can't. I don't recommend buying S&TG here at 440. Your entries were back down around 412. The stock's already up, 40 cents from the ideal entry. I feel like you guys would be chasing this up here. I want to see HOUR at this trend line for a possible bounce. So a nice little bounce off that uptrend with a break of this downtrend would look really nice. So I got HOUR on watch, looking for a trend line bounce and a VWAP bounce. So looking at a 475 entry on HOUR with stops under 470. So if we can come down and tap that VWAP, that's also going to bounce off the trend line possibly. That's a good entry at 473. Then break the downtrend over 5 up to 511 and 520. If we make our entries right at the trend line and the VWAP, we got a cost basis of 473. You put a stop loss at 469. You risk about 4 to 5 cents at most, and you got substantial opportunity to the upside. I mean, this is a great 4 to 1, 5 to 1 setup if we get the ideal entry off that trend line. But it's starting to kind of break now, so we may not get that trend line entry on HOUR. Can you day trade with a full-time job? Yep, we got quite a few individuals inside of chat that have full-time jobs, but they still come in when they can. They apply themselves. They study up. They dive into our video lessons library, and they trade when they can. But absolutely, if you got a full-time job, you could still come in and chat. You got it off the bodies on HOUR, and I was thinking the same thing. It could have been off the bodies. The reason I liked the wicks, because the wicks put you right at VWAP. You know me, I want to find 3, 4, 5, a million reasons to take a trade. So when I see the wicks right at VWAP, I'm like, all right, I want to use the wicks with the VWAP. And again, it just never came down to that level. So, but good job. Yeah, definitely running it off the bodies instead. Boop, right off that trend line. I was still looking at those wicks because it lined up with VWAP, and that looked a little bit cleaner to me. But good job taking that trade. Means you would have got filled at 480. You're up 20 cents a share, Catherine. Got you another 245 on the day. Catherine's always crushing it. What usually happens when the VWAP and the trend line meet? It's trading psychology. So, traders like buying off trend lines when we're above a trend line. Traders like buying off the VWAP when you're above the VWAP. So you just get more buying, right? You got VWAP traders buying at VWAP. You got trend line traders buying at the trend line. So you got like different types and different styles of traders that are jumping in at the same price point. That's why I do multiple time frame analysis as well as multiple separate reasons to take a trade. Because if I see the trend line, and that's the only reason I want to buy, I'm only going to have the trend line traders buying. But if I got the trend line and the VWAP and the 20 EMA and a crazy good level of support at the same exact price, I got 4 different types of traders that are probably going to be buying right at that price. And that's when we see those moves that we want to see. Just trading psychology, right? Some traders only trade trend lines. Some traders only buy bounces off VWAP. So you find a price that has, say, 5 indicators at the same price suggesting support and a bounce. You got 5 different groups, I guess, of traders that'll most likely be jumping in at that exact price. And that's when you see those stocks move in your favor. All right, so NUWE is holding above 154, but there's no reason to jump in here at this point in time. HOUR, here's the one thing I don't like. The stock just had a nice little bounce here, right? Nice increased volume off the trend line, moving on up. But what do you notice about momentum at this point in time on HOUR? You actually see momentum dying on off a little bit as the stock's trying to grind on up. So that's one thing to be mindful of is you do see some initial divergence on HOUR. Here's a high and a higher high. Look at your momentum indicator. You have lower highs. There's divergence. As the stock is moving higher, momentum is ticking down, indicating a possible reversal coming on up. So I would be selling for profit here, just in case we do get that confirmation for a little bit of a drop. Is HOUR shortable? It is shortable. All right, cool. HOUR is actually shortable. Why would I want to short this? Well, I know that long traders stop out under trend lines. Short sellers enter at the cracks of trend lines. We're starting to see a lower high off $5, and we do have decreased momentum as the stock's moving on up. So you got 4 separate reasons to be looking for a short at the crack of this trend line below $5 on HOUR. So as long as we're below $5, we start to crack that trend line, we could see a nice little short down to the VWAP here on HOUR. So I am interested in a possible short off that lower high, followed by a potential crack of that trend line. As I know, short sellers enter at cracks of trend lines, long stop out. We have divergence. We're putting in that little bit of a lower high, so I am willing to see if we can get a nice little drop here below $5 for a crack of that trend line. As the stock's moving higher, momentum's ticking down, starting to see that lower high with some set divergence, and if we can start to crack that trend line, that's going to bring in a lot of short sellers here. I want to see if these bids can stay below 5. It may have been an early entry on my part, not going to lie. It could have been an early entry. But again, keeping that size small. That was an early entry on my part. I can admit it. I definitely entered a little too early there. But I'm okay with taking a little bit of heat. Looking for that false break over 5, possibly. False break over 5. Close below 5, crack that trend line. We could definitely start to drop on off, but I'm not going to lie. I did get in just a smidge too early there on that trade. It happens. You gotta own it and admit it. And just utilize that as a good reason to be a little bit more patient on the next trade. I did get in a little too early there, which is going to make me a little bit more patient on my next trades. We don't see this get slammed to the downside really quickly. I'm just going to go ahead and take the small loss. And just remember, hey, be a little bit more patient and wait for your setups and wait for your confirmations. Still going to give it a chance. The ask is sitting at 5. The bid's at 498. Just curious to see if we can start to see these asks come down off of $5. If we ever see it pop back above 5 on the bid, I will be looking to get out of HOUR and bite the bullet. You have 2 real-life examples of great, fantastic trades by applying patience, and you see a great example of what happens when you're not patient. So not only do you get to learn from our successes, but you can learn from small failures. That's a small failure. I wasn't patient, and I got in a little too early, and you can see what the outcome is. The outcome is I'm taking some heat on the trade. The outcome is I'm probably going to have to take a stop loss here when I shouldn't have been in the trade in the first place. So that's a prime example of why you remain patient all the time across the board, because just like that, I could get back those early profits on HOUR just from getting involved a little too early. So there's always a lesson to be learned. There's always something to learn, right? What you're learning right now is it pays to be patient, right? Jumping the gun too early, prematurely, right? You can get back some of those, hard-earned profits by not being patient. The sellers are back below 5. I'm still not adding to it yet. If we start to take out that 496 buyer with about 6,000 shares, I may add to it. Cost basis up a little bit. And if we pop back above 5, I'll be completely out. But we can see there's a little bit of a resistance at 5. Getting a little bit of that resistance at 5. I'm going to add here with a hard stop over $5. If it's going to crack, it's going to crack now. If it's not going to crack, I'm going to get out quick. There's your crack. Let's do the right thing. Let's go ahead and start getting out of this trade because you shouldn't have been in it in the first place, Josh. So cost basis up and then get out. Do the right thing. You shouldn't have been in the trade. You were early. So right there, we can actually go break even. I actually can make a couple bucks on the trade. So again, I was in too early. I realized that. I managed it. Didn't get scared out, but I realized I shouldn't be in the trade. I saw a reason to bring my cost basis up for the drop, and I did the right thing, and I went ahead and just got out. I should have never been in the trade in the first place, so why stay in the trade? So I'm going to go ahead and make the decision to get out of that trade, knowing that I was a little too early on it, but I was still able to make a couple bucks on it. So call that luck if you will, but it happens, right? But I realized, hey, I shouldn't have been in the trade, so I feel like I made the best decision to go ahead and just get out of that trade. But still remembering, what's my takeaway? Be patient. Be patient. I shouldn't have been in that early, right? Could have been getting in just a moment ago for full size and had a much better cost basis with much better risk if I was just a little bit more patient on that trade. And there's no guarantees on what a stock's going to do. You got to play the technicals. We can't sit here and say, oh, the stock's 120% going to hit this level, because you just never know what's going to happen. What if they drop an offering right now at $3 a share? The stock's going to drop to $3 a share. And right now, it was a good short, right? You had 4 separate reasons to get short, but I was just a little too early. And I did the right thing to get out. Did I leave a crap ton of money on the table? Yeah, I left $300-400 on the table. But I needed to make a good professional decision at that point in time to say, I realized I was in early. I'm going to go ahead and get out when I have an opportunity for a couple of dollars and not be greedy. It's just the mindset. It was a great short. We had so many reasons to short that stock. All right, so HOUR, exactly what I thought was going to happen. But like I said, I was in just a little too early there. So feeling like I made the best decision to get out. SNTG, this is why we don't buy here at highs, right? This is why we don't buy here. I said it's not a good idea to buy up here. Your trade's down here. You're taking profit here. You're going risk-free. You would have gotten stopped out on your runner, but you would have made probably 50 cents a share by scaling out into strength. I invest in crypto. I don't trade crypto actively. I invest in crypto. So we trade small cap, medium cap, large cap stocks. I trade shares across the board. We have members in chat that religiously trade options. I do educate on options. I've traded options before. I just don't prefer options, so I don't trade them. But we do have options traders inside of chat that trade options and only options. We talk a lot about options inside of chat, and we're going to start looking into futures as well. We're going to start trading futures to be able to take advantage of some of that pre-market action with the SPY and the Qs that we get sometimes. Angela, good job. Hey, green's green. Profit is profit. So good job getting that trade. Good job locking in some of your profits. And again, learn from that trade. So if you were to size up by 10x in the future, you know exactly that you'd feel confident to take that same trade with a lot more size. So good job locking in those profits. Potential flag for NUWE. You got that big rip on up, and you are consolidating. The 1 minute's a definite choppy flag. You throw it on a 5-minute time frame, it looks better. Nice rip up, a period of consolidation. What you ideally want to see, Tyler, what you ideally want to see is this hold above the 9 EMA on the 5-minute time frame. So as long as you hold that 9 EMA still, because you've held it 1 time, 2 times, as long as you stay above your 9 EMA on the 5-minute time frame, you still look good. Look at momentum. Momentum is still increasing. Momentum's intact, right? This is a momentum-based trade, and it's respecting its 9 EMA. So as long as momentum continues to move up with price, suggesting there's underlying momentum and underlying buyers here, right? And you hold that 9 EMA, you definitely could see a break over 185 up to $2 on NUWE. So absolutely good eye, Tyler. What's the best account to set up for daily trading? Just an individual account. Just an individual brokerage account. More eyes on the market, more opportunity, more money, right? So Placid always coming in clutch with the bangers. So we do have ALLK moving on up at this point in time. This was a sleeper, absolutely out of nowhere. We really started to get some action and volume when we started to break that 444 daily resistance. We got even more volume when we started to break that $5 level. So looking at ALLK, I can see as to why the stock's moving at this point in time. Right, it wasn't doing anything until it broke 444, and then we saw even more volume move in over 5. And that's just a technical area to see more volume move in is over a $5 resistance level. You have room to 624, but bottom support is still $5, right? You haven't retested 5 yet. You broke resistance on great volume. You'd want to see it retest first, ideally. So let's see if ALLK can get a nice little pullback towards around $5. A little bit of this descending triangle on the SPY, right? So you got lower highs, flat bottom support. 80% of the time, these formations lead to cracks to the downside. So you start cracking 398, you have room to 396. Same thing with the Qs. Flat bottom support, lower highs, intraday descending triangle, you have room to 301. So obviously the SPY has more potential to the downside than the Qs do, and that means you might want to start considering to exit your Disney position. You could have taken profits into the move, but if we do see the SPY crack and get that 2-point drop, if we see the Qs crack and get that 1-point drop, that means Disney's probably going to crack and drop as well. So you don't want to hold Disney into a drop, seeing that the SPY and the Qs could drop as well. There's going to have about a 3-second delay. So if you see the SPY dumping, the Qs dumping, You got maybe 3 to 5 seconds to make that decision to exit Disney before Disney starts correlating and moving with the overall market as well. All right, so we got ALLK. We're going to make this one of our top stocks at this point in time. SNTG, we're removing it from a top stock watch list. HOUR, removing it from the top stock watch list. NUWE, still going to be a top stock right now. But right now, ALLK is where the action is, guys. So let's get focused and let's get set here on ALLK and see if we can lock in some profits on this trade if we do get a nice little setup here, team. All right, so while we wait on ALLK, give me about 1 to 2 minutes. I'm going to step away, use the restroom real quick. All this water definitely gets me going midday. So I'll see you guys back here in about 1 to 2 minutes, and we'll make it happen. All eyes here on ALLK, guys. Boom, and we're back. All right, so we're just watching ALLK at this point in time. Great way to start the day, though, guys. Great way to start the day. We've had 3 trades, 2 great trades. The one trade a little early. Looking back in hindsight, could I have held this trade? Yes, I could have. It cracked the trend line. It was my plan. But as a professional, you realize you're early and you realize it was premature. You just got to make the best decision. And I thought that was the best decision at that point in time, was just go ahead and get out at break even, knowing that I was in just a little too early. Because that trade could have easily went against me, and I should have, if that would have bounced here and ran up to 520 and I would have stopped out, I would have wished that I went ahead and just did what the right thing was and got out at break even. So in hindsight, yes, I should have held the trade. But in the moment, right there, right? What if that would have bounced up to 520? I would have lost $300, gave all my gains back, knowing that I was in just a little too early. So at that point in time, I felt like I was making the best decision to go ahead and break even on the trade. In hindsight, yeah, should have held it. It cracked the trend line, but you just got to do the right things, guys. And I definitely think that was the right decision at that point in time in making that decision. So we definitely still want to keep ALLK on high watch here. Let's go ahead and look at this one over on a 5-minute time frame. We want to try and get multiple time frame analysis and see if we get, you know, multiple confirmations across the board on a 1, 3, and a 5-minute. Suggest our next entry here for a nice big pop on up here on ALLK. ALLK is easy to borrow. Is it easy to borrow here on TD? I don't see anything here on TD Ameritrade. Do you guys look at your broker, depending on the broker you use? Is ALLK easy to borrow on your broker? Why is that important? Why is it important to know if a stock is easy to borrow on mainstream brokers? Right, before we think about shorts, we need to do our due diligence, right? It's easy to short on Lightspeed, but again, stocks are always easy to short on Lightspeed. Is it easy to borrow on Fidelity, anybody? Is it easy to borrow on Webull? Is it easy to borrow on E-Trade? What's the broker that you use? Go ahead and check. Is it easy to borrow? Can you short this stock? 6% short float interest here on ALLK. It is easy to borrow on TD. That means it's probably easy to borrow on Webull, Fidelity, a lot of these other brokers. So what does that tell you? Right? It's all trading psychology at the end of the day. Right? It's not every day you get a $5, $6 stock that's easy to borrow. Right? So a lot of newer traders with smaller margin accounts, they come in and they're never shorting stocks because most of the stocks that are easy to short are stocks like Tesla, Apple, Amazon. Can't afford those. But then they see a stock like ALLK that's currently up 51% at this point in time, right? And they see it's easy to borrow. And they want to short stocks so badly. And this is the first stock that they've seen in a long time that's easy to borrow for a penny stock. That brings in a lot of unexperienced short sellers. And unexperienced traders don't make great decisions. So it's 10 times easier to see a stock like ALLK continue the squeeze and rip to the upside, even though it looks like it wants to drop. We've seen this time and time again. So anytime we see a stock that we want to short, we got to check these mainstream brokers. And that may persuade us to be a little bit more patient to the short side, knowing that this stock could squeeze. You know, this type of stock could have a lot of unexperienced short sellers entering because everybody's excited they finally get a short of stock. And that could cause the stock to continue to move, even though it looks like it wants to drop on off. That's something you got to be mindful of. I'm not saying that's going to completely keep you away from the short, but it's something that you really have to be mindful of. Let's be honest. I was a new trader at one point in time. Right? I had a margin account with TD Ameritrade. I was always looking to short stocks. I wanted to short. And then I see one that's shortable, and I start shorting the crap out of it. I was excited. How many times did that happen to you guys as a newer trader? You can't short a lot. You want to short, but you can't. And you finally see a stock that you can. You start getting excited, and you start looking, hunting for short opportunities. And now you're starting to short a stock when you rarely short stocks and you don't really know how it works. So that could be a prime reason as to why the stock could continue to squeeze to the upside. So at this point in time, I definitely don't want to think about getting short right now. Just for that reason alone, I want to see how the stock continues to move at this point in time. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, this is, again, another reason why we don't chase stocks at high a day. This is a great example on why we don't chase stocks once we miss an entry. S&TG, right? Our entries were at that 399, 412 break. We had about 50 cents of upside. This is why we do not chase stocks. This is a great example on why we do not chase stocks. Do not chase stocks. Let's go add that to our book of, hey, this is why we don't chase stocks. That easy. So, you know, ALLK, it's tempting, right? ALLK is pulling back into that prior level of resistance as well as that 9 EMA. We may look for a quick little scalp here up through high a day. You start breaking 624 on ALLK, you have great potential to $7. But the one thing that's holding me back from taking this trade, the one thing that's holding me back for taking this trade long, knowing that it probably could be a fantastic long opportunity based on it being easy to borrow, everything like that, is momentum's falling as the stock is setting to break out. That's an indication that we could see it drop off even further. And that's the one thing that's challenging me at this point in time to take this trade. I see a good technical setup. I see a lot of reasons to get into the long side, but this momentum indicator is flawless. This momentum indicator, I would say 80 to 90% of the time, is very, very accurate. And that's why I don't want to be looking at ALLK long, even though I think it could be a good long. So based on that being a little bit of a 50-50 outlook on this stock, I'm going to have to sit back on it. I'm going to have to sit back on it right now at this point in time because I'm just too 50-50. So do what you will. If you want to take it long, you're going to put a stop loss under 580. You'd have a 618 target and then 699. But I'm personally not going to be taking this trade right now at this point in time. I may miss a great opportunity, but I'm not going to put myself in position to give back my profits that I've worked for today. HOUR still fading and falling. NUWE is just really losing a lot of attention. AVYA hasn't really done too much. SPY's getting really choppy here. Qs are just really choppy here. The number one stock is ALLK team. Number one stock at this point in time, ALLK. Anyone looking at AMD? I'm personally not watching AMD at this point in time. I am personally not watching AMD right now here at this point in time, guys. Just watching ALLK, as ALLK seems to be the best potential. Really want to make sure that the trade I'm getting involved with is the absolute best trade. And right now, I'm just a little too 50-50 with this current trade on ALLK, personally. But what you do have is a momentum-based trade. The stock likes to come down and grind that 90 EMA and rip. Hit the 90 EMA and rip. Hit the 90 EMA and rip. Volume looks fantastic. Decreasing volume pullback. Increasing volume along the rip. Decreasing volume pullback. We want to see increased volume along the rip. You're going to put your stop loss underneath the pullback low of 584. So you're going to have a 580 stop loss. You're ideally looking for that break over 618 and 624 for the next big spike to 7. The stock is easy to borrow on a lot of mainstream brokers. That may cause this stock to squeeze on up a little bit more aggressively today as you have unexperienced traders entering into the short side. That's your plan. If you think this is a great momentum trade, everything that we just discussed, your ideal entries are off that 9 EMA, stops underneath that doji low of 584. You want to see a 618 to 625 breakout, and you're going to sell into strength up to your next targets of 699. This is a bull flag. Yes, it's a bull flag that's pulling back with beautiful volume into the 9 EMA. This is a momentum-based trade. But the one thing that is holding me away from the trade is the tick down in momentum as we're moving higher. So I see a tick down in momentum as the stock is actually trying to hold on up and move higher. And that's just an underlying indication that it could pull back a little bit more and actually not get that rip on up. I could be very wrong. It could squeeze. There's a lot of reasons and a lot of things that suggest the stock squeezing even higher. But I'm very particular on what I trade and very picky on what I trade. If there's one thing that stands out to me that says, hey, hold off, I'm going to hold off. And momentum's telling me to hold off right now. But that is a bull flag on ALLK. If we do crack below that 584, let's look for dip buys, right? Let's look for dip buy opportunities. I would say 540 would be a wonderful dip buy. 540 would be a wonderful dip buy opportunity off those lower shadows. We see anything on a 3-minute that suggests anything else? Nope, 540, fantastic. That's the hiccup candle low. That's definitely going to be an area that we want to keep on watch for a dip buy. 5-minute confirms as well. I like it. I'd love to see this crack on down and dump to 540 for a nice little dip buy opportunity here on ALLK. So that's going to be my trade. If I miss the break, I'll wait for it to set back up and see if we have a good entry. But if I am correct and it does drop on off here, I am looking for a 540 dip buy opportunity here on ALLK. Yeah, S&TG is just a little too all over the place for me, guys. You know, the halt down and then the squeeze up, it's just a little too messy. It's a little choppy. It's barely moving on any volume, so there's like no liquidity here. There's no volume. I'm sure the spreads are not fun. S&TG is a very challenging stock to trade. All right, find an easy stock. If your trading is not easy and simple, you're doing something wrong. You're overcomplicating the process. S&TG is just a stock that is going to be very challenging to trade. All right, the one stock that doesn't seem too challenging is ALLK, depending on what we have here over the next 1 to 2 minutes. Again, look, stock popping up, momentum ticking down substantially. We're really losing a lot of momentum. In this bull flag, we'd want to see momentum relatively strong, right? We'd want to see momentum relatively strong and consolidating and holding up while we're consolidating. Momentum's dropping off substantially in this bull flag, and a bull flag is a high-a-day continuation formation. It's a momentum-based trade. So we're not really seeing momentum validate this flag. Anything could happen in the market, but I'm still leaning towards the side of a crack and a dump down the 540 for the dip buy. Where's the halt level right now on ALLK? Halt level to the downside right now is 537. 537 is the dip buy. 537 is the dip buy. If we can get that crack and that drop on off. Come on, dump. Come down to that 540. I want to see that 540 dip buy. Right now, the halt level is 540, so that's going to be a challenge. So right now, if it just dumps to 540, you can't take that dip buy. You can't take the dip buy. Because that's the halt level's 540. So you're going to be buying right when the stock is getting halted. So you see how crystal clear and how clean that momentum indicator is? Yeah, it popped up a little bit, but we saw that there was no momentum to back up that high day breakout. Right? This is a momentum-based trade. So what do you need? You need momentum. Okay, and when you see momentum falling while we're consolidating in a momentum-based trade, right, that kind of tells you that it may not work out. Now, yes, it popped up 30 cents. If you were quick on the trigger, you got a nice scalp. But that came falling faster than it ripped on up. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to stay out, because I'm not really seeing the indication with momentum that suggests the stock will break out. 537 is the new halt level. It's still too close. It's still too close. I need to see the halt level below 530. Right? So if I can get that halt level at like 525 and we get that dip buy at 540, I'll take it, because my stop loss is 5 to 10 cents at most on the dip buy. So if I can see the LULD, the limit up, limit down, the halt level drop below 530, I'm looking to take this dip buy. But right now I can't take it because the halt level is right at 537, and that's just way too close to where we're looking to make entries here on ALLK. So right now, the dip buy's off the table. It's off the table for that reason, but if I say it's back on, it's because the halt level dropped below 530, and we're looking for that trade. But right now, trade is off. No dip buy. But if you hear me say trade on, I'm looking to pull the trigger, and that means the halt level is below 530. It's at 532 now. It's at 532 at this point in time. You got about another 20 cents to dump into the halt, not the halt level, but that dip buy level. I really want the dip buy, but the halt level is just a little too close. It's at 532 right now. Still at 532. It's just a little too close. And you see how it's kind of slow into the 540? This would be more of a reversal, right? So the faster it dumps into that dip buy level, those are dip buys. But the slower it is into that dip buy level, it's not really a good dip buy. It's more of a reversal. You see how it's just kind of slowing down into that 540? We're not really looking for a scalp for the dip buy. We're going to look for a more proper reversal. Now the halt level is below 530, which looks great. Halt level is at 527, so at least we got some room here to see if we get a nice little setup off that 540 level for a nice little bounce on up. Let's see what we got here with ALLK. How do I know the halt levels? My broker's level 2 displays halt levels. So it's called the LULD, the limit up, limit down. It's just it's a cool little feature that some of these premium day trading brokers offer. Is at what price is the stock going to get halted? It's the LULD. Now there is a script for halt levels on TD, but it only works on the 1 minute time frame. So you start going to a 5 minute time frame, you don't see the LULD. So it's a weird script. But to know where the halt level is, you got to have a broker that supports the LULD, the limit up, limit down. How would you know what stocks that you can invest in? So it really depends on a multitude of things as far as, you know, investments, right? Age plays a big factor, right? If you're 10 years from retirement, you want to play extremely safe. If you're 50 years from retirement, like say you're 20, you could be a little bit more risky in the beginning. So it really depends on, you know, age, how close to retirement are you if you're looking to invest for retirement funds. And then again, you know, your investment strategies and your tolerance to risk. There's a lot of things to take into consideration before picking and choosing your investments, right? If you're that close to retirement, maybe you play it safe and just invest into the S&P 500 in the Qs, the NASDAQ. If you can play a little bit riskier, right, and you think that online gambling is going to blow up in the next 5 to 10 years, you can buy stocks like Penn National Gaming and DraftKings. If you can be risky right now and afford to be risky, you can invest in cryptocurrency over the next 5 to 10 years if you think crypto has a long-lasting future. So it really depends on, you know, a multitude of things. All right, so we're just kind of waiting for ALLK to set back up for an entry. SNTG is just a little too wild. HOUR, not doing much. NUWE has really lost the attention. Snap cracked the trend line, starting to fade. Disney's flat. SPY's choppy and flat. Q's choppy and flat. Let's look at some of these other top gainers. YRD. Not too much going on with YRD. ZFOX. That's a new IPO that's starting to bounce on up. Very light volume. I just want to throw that out there. Very light volume. KBNT is another stock that's on that top gainer list. BNR. Again, something's got to stand out to me at first glance. If something doesn't stand out to me at first glance, I don't even really give it the time of day. For those of you that like cheap stocks, sub-dollar stocks, you do have AVCT at this point in time. So you do have AVCT trying to get some action to the upside. You got what appears to be a little bit of a flag on the daily. When you start putting this down into those, like the 4 hour, it doesn't look as clean and clear, but you can see a little bit of that daily flag as it's forming. It looks like it could be setting up for a daily flag, or it could be a really not the best looking mid candle breakout. But what I would say is if you can break above 40 cents today, guys, that's a good area to keep this on high watch. So you're looking for a break and a hold above 40 cents. Before getting long on AVCT, your first profit level would be 44 cents. And then your second profit level would be 49 cents. So if you guys are looking at AVCT, ideally you want to see a break and hold above 40 cents before playing this long to 44 and then 49 cents. So there's a few reasons why stocks get halted. The most common one you see here, like today on NUWE, was a halt due to volatility, which simply means the stock moved too quick, too fast. And it's called a circuit breaker halt, where automatically trading is frozen for 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever the halt time is. So the most common halt that you see is a halt due to volatility, which just means the stock moved too quick, too fast. And then they freeze trading. You can see other types of halts, like news pending halts. Like if you go look at AHI has been halted since yesterday. So this is not a halt due to volatility. This is a news pending halt. So basically, they stepped in and said, we're going to stop the trading of your stock until we verify a press release. It's a news pending halt, and that's what you see on AHI. But what you saw on NUWE today was a volatility halt because the stock just moved too quick, too fast. The circuit breaker was triggered, flipped the switch, trading is paused for a minimum of 5 minutes. So if we take a closer look at NERV, we know that we have some good support back down at 1271. 1271 resistance, resistance, resistance. Nice break. If we ever start to come back down towards around 1271, that could be a great entry to consider. A possible position here on NERV. So let's watch this thing back down towards around 1271. NERV is definitely a top stock to keep on watch. We did come right down to our 540 level. We had a nice bounce at 540, right? It popped up to 556. Not terrible. I wasn't willing to take that, though. I'm taking SNTG off the watch list. SNTG is coming off that watch list, guys. NUWE may be coming off as well. So right now, your top stocks to be paying attention to, NERV number 1, ALLK number 2. These are the only 2 stocks that look great right now for possible trades coming on up. Right now, it's 10:50. Let's see if we get another great trade before we dive into our afternoon trading session, lesson, topic, discussion, open floor, whatever you want to call it. We'll have some fun with it. If we ever crack below 540 on ALLK, the next logical area for this to come down to before bouncing is $5. But what you're starting to see here is a possible double bottom on ALLK, right? Come down, bounce, come down, bounce. I'm willing to take a small position here and risk $60. So I'm going to take a $60 loss on this to see if we do indeed stay above 540, put in that double bottom, and start to have a nice reversal. So I'm willing to risk 10 cents to watch this thing possibly bounce on back up towards around that VWAP. That's 30 cents to the upside. So I'm willing to take a $60 loss here to see if we bounce off that 540. If I start seeing 538 on the bid, I walk away from that trade. 538, and I'm out. I'll be more than happy to take a $60 loss to give it a go off that potential double bottom that was trying to form. And I may look to jump right back into this. I got stopped out by the penny. Boo! That's unfortunate when that happens, but it happens. It's a part of the game. That's unfortunate when that happens. You get a trade, it comes down, gets you by like a penny, and then it pushes on up. Let's see. It could still give us something here. We're sitting at the 20 EMA on the 5-minute or on the 3-minute time frame, which is nice. We're holding the 9 EMA on the 5. So you got 5-minute 9 EMA support. You have 3-minute 20 EMA support. And we are sitting right at 540 support off those prior lows. We could see this back up at 584. I definitely want to keep ALLK on high watch above this 540 area, guys. You start to really fall below 540. It has room down to 5, and you don't want to hold it down to 5. I wouldn't say that's considered spoofing or a possible halt price due to the amount of shares. That just means there's a lot of shares on the bid there at that price. I mean, that could be spoofing if you see it vanish and then reappear and then vanish and then reappear. And if you see that vanish and reappear, that's spoofing. If you see it consistent and it's staying, that's a legitimate buyer. But that alone doesn't indicate a halt because of the big buyer. So momentum is ticking up. as we're pulling back off support, you're sitting at the 20 EMA on the 3-minute time frame. You're sitting at the 9 EMA on the 5-minute time frame. You're above 540 support on ALLK. You have momentum ticking higher as the stock is dropping back to support. I am definitely watching ALLK for a possible entry here. See if we get that nice little bounce off 540 for a nice little reversal here, guys. There's a couple separate reasons that suggest a nice trade above 540. Right, momentum ticking up, sitting at that 9 EMA and that 20 EMA as well on those higher time frames. 540 is a nice little level of support, but if you ever start to crack 540, it's going to drop hard to 5. So if you start to really crack 540, it's going to drop hard to 5. And right now, we can see that it's starting to crack 540 a little bit. Again, I want to see what it does at that 540 level before making an entry here. Right now, starting to crack on down just a little bit lower. Now you're down at 535. What do you got left? You got about 15 seconds left on this 1-minute candle. If it has a strong finish here in the next 10 seconds, that could lead to a follow-through. But it's got to have a strong finish in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No strong finish. Looks like it's going to continue to fade and fall back down to 5. Unless it regains and turns back into support. We've been seeing a lot of that lately, right? You've been seeing good support crack, that immediately it regains, turns back into support, gives you a higher low, and you get those higher low pushes, right? That was a PDD entry on Monday. We had one yesterday give us the same exact setup. It worked out beautifully. We've been seeing that a lot in this market. So we did crack 540, but if we see it get right back above 540, and it comes back down for a retest, and it regains it, that could be your higher low push to get this thing back up towards around VWAP, number one. But really, your main target is that 584 on ALLK. So it's still worth watching here over the next maybe 2 to 3 minutes to see if we regain and break back above 540 and see if it turns back into support for that higher low push to the upside. But right now, as long as it's below 540, we have potential to drop down to 5. All right, so NERV right now, just gives you guys updated, is sitting right at Monday's high a day. 1446. We are starting to break over Monday's high a day. Where can we see NERV go? Boom, 1669. So if we can pop above 15, you got great potential to 1669. And right now we are breaking above Monday's high a day. So Monday's high a day was resistance. Now going to turn into support right around 1440. So you got 1443 support on NERV, $15 resistance, over 15 bucks. Your next resistance level is going to be right off those daily highs, that daily resistance at 1669. NERV is most definitely a top stock. Other than that, everything else looks pretty weak. Everything else is pretty slow. Everything looks pretty dead at this point in time. All right, so there's nothing right now to be getting involved with besides NERV. So watching NERV at this point in time. Yeah, it's pretty tough to play stuff long. Like, yeah, any RV that's at a high a day, it's overextended. It's really hard to chase a stock like any RV. Didn't give us that big pullback that we were really looking for. You know, ALLK has just really lost all the attention. HOUR, not doing too much. NUWE is pretty choppy. The only thing that I see on NUWE that could start to cause this to move on up is if you can start to break that downtrend. All right, so if you can start to break this downtrend and hold above 154, you can see a quick spike back up to 185. That's about 20 cents, about 10 cents of risk. So you could definitely still be watching NUWE at this point in time. The SPY is just very choppy right now. All right, the Q's very choppy. There was only one real fantastic trade today on the SPY and the Q's. The Q's, multiple rejections off that 50 SMA on down to the low 300s. There was a nice little 3-point drop. And that's what we were thinking on the Q's. And we got a nice big drop here on the SPY as well, off that 401.16, back down below 400 into that 399 level. Actually, you actually hit your target of 379.50. Remember, your first target was pre-market lows of 379.50. You literally smacked it to the penny. So if you missed that trade out of the gate on the SPY and the Qs, it's okay. Sit back and wait for the next best opportunity. But right now, it is pretty challenging. It's pretty choppy at this point in time. Hey, I missed it too, Corey. It's all good. It's all good. I miss a lot of these SPY and Q trades out of the gate because we're looking at these super hot penny stocks out of the gate. But I do like getting you guys prepared in the mornings. So if you see that setup and you're watching the SPY and the Qs, you know exactly where the best levels are at to play calls and puts off of. But we're still only an hour and a half into the day, guys. Right? We're only an hour and a half into the day. We still got tons and tons and tons of time to keep locking in some great old profits. All right, you are above 39 cents, 40 cents here on AVCT. And AVCT, we wanted to see the break above 40 cents, okay? You're starting to see your pullback in the 40. As long as 40 cents can hold, it's actually 39.9. But as long as you can see that 39 cent to 40 cent level hold, you got great potential to 44.5, 45 cents, and then up towards around 49 cents on AVCT. So this is a nice low risk, good reward trade, right? Your first target can give you about 12% return. That's about 4 to 5 cents. Where do you put your stop? 2 cents away. Put your stop right there underneath that prior swing low, and you got a proper 2-to-1 setup here. You could put a stop all the way down here underneath that swing low and still take profit at 45 cents, and that's a 2-to-1 setup. And that's a great stop loss placement. AVCT looking pretty good. You got your break. You would have got your retest at 40 cents. NERV is pulling back to that 1443 support here, team, on NERV. So high watch NERV off that 1443. Let's see if it's going to hold on up. Let's see if it's going to drop on off. If we do not close above 1443, we have a 1407 dip buy, right? You got that hiccup candle in the middle of this uptrend. Those hiccup candles love to bounce, right? The lower shadows of a hiccup candle, they love to bounce. That lower shadow is like right at 1407. So if we cannot close and stay above this 1443 and push off that level back up to 15 bucks, you're looking at a 1407 dip buy opportunity here on NERV, guys. Why does it feel hot? It's a little humid in here. It's a little sticky. So, let's see if we're going to crack on down. And if so, right off that lower shadow, boop, 1407 dip buys. You can literally risk 8 to 10 cents. You'll probably see a nice little 20-cent bounce on the stock. NERV right now looking for that 1407 dip buy. We may be getting it coming on up. 1407 dip buy right around the corner. Halt level is 1324. We got tons of breathing room here. 1425. Got to drop hard and heavy. You guys know the dip buys. Hard and heavy. It's got to crack like a rug pull right down to that 1407 to the penny. And then you see a nice little, probably about a, I'd say 15, 20 cent bounce out of any RV. So looking to see if we get that 1407 dip buy opportunity here on any RV as we are cracking below 1443 support. It's got to drop about 30 cents just straight down, like in one single candle, not 5 candle, but one candle, just dump 30 cents. That's where we want, that's what we want to see. That's the kind of price action and the kind of movement that we want to see. Right into that 1407, and that's where we're looking to make the entries on that possible dip buy. But it's got to be a very hard drop. It's got to be very fast, very hard, almost like a rug pull. Or it could break and regain. That's another opportunity as well. If we don't get the dip buy at 1407, that's okay. Because if we break back above 1443, pull back and retest after it's regained that 1443, and it pulls back for the retest, and it starts to give us that higher low, we could see a push off that higher low back up to 15 bucks. So there's a couple different opportunities here. Number one, it's a nice little dip buy at 1407. Number two, it's the re-break of 1443, followed by a retest, and that gives us our higher low that we could push off of. The longer it takes to give us a dip buy, the more I don't like the dip buys, right? So you've already got one candle cracked, 1, 2, 3, 4 candles after the crack. So you've already seen 4 candles after that crack. You typically want to see it on the first 1 or 2. So now that we're almost 4 to 5 candles in after the crack, I don't know if it's going to be the best dip buy opportunity, guys. I'll take a small position, but I won't go anything crazy, and I'll lock it in quick. But no, so we're already prematurely bouncing here, right? It's coming too slow into the 1407, which really doesn't make it the best dip buy opportunity. Right, it's not fast. It's not dumping quick. You're already 5 candles in after the crack of support. Typically, you want to see it on the first candle, if not the second candle, not 5 candles in. That's just not the criteria behind a really solid dip buy. So, unfortunately, I'm going to pass up that dip buy because it's prematurely bouncing here. You see it's bouncing at 14, 13. And you're already like 5 to 6 candles in. If it would have dumped right here down, absolutely. Right here and on down, absolutely. But 1, 2, 3, 4 candles in, and it's prematurely bouncing, I'm not taking the 1407 entry. It just doesn't make sense. But if it wants to re-break 1443, give us a nice little pullback and regain that 1443 with a higher low, now that's a trade I would take. That would be a trade I would take. So we're still watching any RV at this point in time to see if we get that set up. ALLK, giving everything back. ABCT, there you go. Hit your 44.5 mark to the penny. Came right up to that 44.79, right to the penny after you broke 40 cents. You retested 40 cents within 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. You made your 12%. And I do like NUWE, guys. I do like NUWE, and why? You have 154 support, 154 support, 154 support. You crack 154. You regain it immediately. You start to pull back for your 154 retest, and you come down and you put in a higher low above 154. So you crack support, regained it immediately, pulling back to retest it as support once again, giving you a higher low that we could push off of, and you got a solid downtrend to break as well. So NUWE, guys, above 154 looks fantastic. Breaking that downtrend looks even better. You could see a nice big rip and run back up to 180 and then 185 here on NUWE. High watch NUWE at this point in time, guys. High watch. If we hold this 154 level, we start to push, we start to break this downtrend, I'm absolutely interested in getting long here on the stock. As long as it stays above that 154, and we start to see a break of that downtrend, I definitely want to be all over this. I think it's time for a new computer. It's official. My screens are flickering like crazy. There was the opportunity to break the downtrend. It's just pulling back a little bit. Back down at 154. Let's see. Is it going to crack or is it going to hold? I didn't take the trade. I'm not in on it. There's 153, 152 on the bid. It's taking a little bit of heat at that 154. But technically speaking, as long as it closes above 154, it has all the potential in the world to break that downtrend back up towards around 165, 180. And then 185, as long as it stays above 154 here, guys. Got to stay above 154 at this point in time. Starts to crack below 154, you want to be out. So right now, we're in at 155. If I see it falling back below 155 and the 154s, I don't like it. If it's going to bounce and break, it's going to bounce and break right here. Right? If it's going to bounce and break, it's going to bounce and break right here. If it's not going to bounce and break, it's going to crack. You're going to see the bids back at 154, 153. You make the decision to get out. But if it's going to pop and break that downtrend off that 154 retest, you're going to start to see it move back up to 160 in the next 1 to 2 minutes. If you don't start to see it move on up in the next 1 to 2 minutes and you start to see the bid back at 154, you may want to consider walking away, as the odds of it dumping are pretty high. I don't like the price action. Still give it a chance. We could still hold on up, but right now I'm going to play it nice and safe. I don't want to see this thing dump on off. Right now it's a little choppy at that 154 area. There was your break and retest. You could have followed through for the break right then and there, but you're not getting that break. You're not seeing that bounce. You're not seeing that follow through. Has good potential, but right now it's looking a little weak at this point in time. It's looking a little weak at this point in time on NUWE. Got about 20 seconds left on this candle. I mean, anything could happen. We could have a strong rebound back above 154 and then proceed to break. You got to keep your eyes on that level too. Now you're back above 154. You got about 10 seconds left before that close. You have a strong little finish here back above 154. We might see that follow through. But right now, it's just not looking like it wants it. Let's see. I mean, it's going to happen in the next couple of minutes. Either A, you're going to start to see that squeeze over the downtrend above 160. You just start the rip and run here a little bit. Or you're going to see it really fail to hold this 154. It's going to crack below 150 and probably start to just sell on off and fade the rest of the day. You are at 11.14 in the market at this point in time. So it's going to make a decision here relatively soon. Either A, it's going to break and rip and run. We got a nice little winner ahead of us. You got 30 cents of potential to the upside. You start to crack that 154 level. You're going to crack 150. Once you crack 150, you're probably just going to fade and not do too much the rest of the day, guys. So it really comes down to right here at this moment, what are buyers looking to do here at this 154 area? Right now, it's just not budging. That's the only problem, is it's just not budging. It's not really moving. It's moving like 2 to 3 cents at a time. We want to start to see buyers making their decision if they're going to get this thing up through that downtrend in 160. I don't like it. It's too choppy. It's too all over the place. It's not getting that move on up. It should have gotten that move on up. It's not. It keeps trying. But right now, I do think it's going to start to fade here a little bit, as we are just really losing a lot of the attention. We're losing a lot of focus from traders on the stock. And we are coming into lunch, where volume typically starts to die on off a little bit. And right now, things are pretty dead, right? Safe to say that things are really dying on off at this point in time, guys. So we don't really have that much right now, guys. If you see anything that looks good, please let me know. Anything that stands out to you, bring it to our attention. We'll definitely take a look at it. Definitely see if there's any opportunity there. And the only thing that I still see that has potential is in UWE. That is the only stock right now that I see that has even the slightest bit of potential for an upcoming break, is in UWE for that downtrend break above that 154 level. And that 154 was that prior halt level that we took our initial trade off of. I mean, you could bring support down the 152. It lines up a little bit better with those lows, that low. So 152 is a better level, but still that halt level is a level that you have to be mindful of, which is 154. The only thing right now that we have at this point in time is in UWE for the break of this downtrend. I would put stops if you're more of a traditional style trader. I'd go ahead and throw your stop losses underneath that VWAP here. And you're going to have a 165 target, a 180, and a 185 target on NUWE. So those are going to be your overhead targets here on the stock. You're going to put a stop loss under 150. If you can risk it, put it underneath that VWAP. But just understand, we don't have an abundance of volume. We don't really have that movement and that activity. It's pretty stuck right here at that 154 level. It's just not really budging off that 154. It looks like it wants it. It's showing potential. It looks like it wants to be that higher low push for the break of the downtrend. But with the lack of volume, it's going to make it really tough to get this thing going. I may have one more trade left in me here on NUWE, as it's the only stock that really looks good right now that's showing some decent potential for an upcoming break. Today's definitely not a hot day. I mean, there's opportunity, but it's not super consistent, and there's not back-to-back opportunities. You see one or two, and then things pretty much die on off. So we'll have to see if we get any better opportunity here in power hour between 2:30 and 4 o'clock. But right now, maybe we have something on NUWE above that 154 level. We can start to break this downtrend and see some volume move in. We could start to see a nice little pop here. Right now, the longer it takes, the more I don't like it. And it's taken a pretty good amount of time to just get that balance and to start see that follow through. So I don't know how crazy I am about NUWE. I'm probably going to just stay away from NUWE at this point in time. It's taken too long. It's a little inconsistent. It's not really getting that bounce in the amount of time that I expected to see the bounce and that follow through. So I'm going to have to sit back on NUWE at this point in time. It's 11:20, guys. Who do we have over on YouTube right now, right? We are done trading at this point in time unless we see something just randomly pop up and it looks fantastic. Right now, there are no exceptional opportunities. It was a pretty slow day. I mean, there was good opportunities out here, guys. We had some great trades, but just that consistent lack of follow-through. That's it. Just the lack of follow-through. And I wish I would have taken my first 2 trades with proper size. Because if I would have, we'd be looking at a completely different profit today. But I started off relatively small, realized that, and have to stay consistent with size because that one loss with big size would have completely wiped out those profits. So I have to stay consistent across the board today with relatively lower position just to make sure that my P&L, my profits and my losses stay consistent as well. But who's with us right now over on YouTube? Go ahead and give me a thumbs up. Say hello. What's going on? I'm here right now at this point in time. And then inside of chat, who do we got inside of chat right now? Right now it's 11:20 in the markets. We are going to dive into our open floor discussion session. All right. So open floor Q&A, open floor discussion. Any questions, any topics that you guys have whatsoever, now's the time to ask. And we're definitely going to start answering those questions. If we don't have any great questions or trade reviews, I'm going to review my trades with you guys. All right, we're going to talk about the NUWE trade. We'll talk about the HOUR trade. We'll also talk about ALLK. 2 green trades, 1 small loser. Small green day, but I'll take a green day up $300. Mark, what's up? All right, we got a few individuals over on YouTube still at this point in time. John Boy. He's still inside of chat right now. Steve saying, what's up? What's going on? All right, so right now you have an opportunity to use me, to abuse me for the next 40 minutes. Any questions that you guys have, ask. You'll get an answer. If it requires an example, we'll give you an example. We need to tailor a custom lesson around it. We'll custom tailor a lesson around your question, right? So go ahead and type up those questions if you have any. They're usually really good. And in the meantime, while we await those questions, I'm going to go ahead and review my trades with you guys for today. Right? Scott's looking to subscribe to the group today. Mark maybe as well. Carlos was saying earlier he's definitely going to sign up. We'll definitely talk about that here coming on up right around the corner, guys. All right? But I want to utilize the time that we have to drop those value bombs, to provide that education, to help you guys take the right steps in the right direction and find success in your trading career. The best way to do that is to trade live. The next best way to do that is for me to break down my live trades with you guys so you fully understand why I was getting in, my reasonings, the technicals to back up the trades, and how I was able to lock in profits, or why I took a small loss, but what were the intentions behind the trade in the first place. So the first one I want to talk about is the loser. I do want to talk about ALLK and this losing trade. All right, so it got me by the penny. So what I was looking at here on ALLK was a crack of this 584 level, right? We were not looking to take this long off this momentum looking trade, right? It had great looking momentum. It pops on up, pulls back to the 90 MA. It rips, pulls back to the 90 MA. It rips. We actually finally see a stock that's following through. It definitely has my interest. I'm looking at the stock because we have a bull flag now forming at high a day. We're also consolidating above our 90 MA. This stock has already ripped, pulled back several times. And we could definitely see that next leg on up. But at that point in time, there were 2 things that I noticed that kept me away from this trade, right? Just looking at that chart, looking at that volume, looking at price action, it suggests a rip and run to the upside. When we know that this stock is easy to borrow on a lot of mainstream brokers and you have inexperienced traders jumping to the short side, that increases the probability of the stock being able to break and rip higher. But what were the 2 things that I noticed that kept me away from this trade for that high day breakout? Number 1, the stock is moving higher, but momentum is falling. This is a momentum-based trade. It's a bull flag, a high a day continuation formation based on momentum. So the momentum indicator should also indicate a move higher. But at that point in time, our momentum indicator doesn't suggest a move higher. It actually suggests a leg down. Number 1, as why I'm staying away from the trade. Number 2, it's meeting that Elliott wave criteria. We don't talk a lot about the Elliott wave, but you can kind of visualize it. It's in impulses, right? You got 3 impulses followed by 2 legs back. So here you got impulse number 1, pullback. Impulse number 2, pullback. Impulse number 3, usually the third and final impulse move before you start getting your 2-legged pullback and your drop on down. So that's something else I notice as well, is we already have 1 impulse, 2, 3. So the odds are that we may start to see that 2-legged drop. But the biggest thing was a momentum-based setup, a momentum-based strategy. Looking at the chart, it's meeting criteria. But that momentum indicator is not suggesting the move higher. It's actually suggesting a drop. So I'm not taking this long at this point in time. I want to see that 584 crack. And I want to see that dump to 540 for a dip buy. So I'm sitting back waiting on ALLK. We get the push. It was a fake break, and it dumped. So now I'm really waiting for that 540 dip buy opportunity. But here's the thing. It's slow and steady into 540. The best dip buys happen within 1 to 2 candles of the support crack. So here's your crack, 1, 2 candles. That wasn't at 540 for the dip buy. It's starting to really slow down, which makes this more of a reversal opportunity versus a dip buy. If you guys don't know the differences between reversals and dip buys, get into that video lessons library. Go look at the lesson titled Dip Buys versus Reversals. And you're going to be able to see the biggest difference between a good dip buy opportunity and a good reversal. So we didn't see that dump on down to 540 within the first 2 candles after that crack of support. So now we're going to completely take the idea of a dip buy off the table, and we're looking for a reversal, right? So what's a part of a reversal? There's 2 things, right? Number 1, you want to see the stock finding support at support. Right, so where's the best level of support here on ALLK? $5.40 underneath that prior resistance level. It was a breakout level, and it was our pullback retest level. So if we're going to see a reversal, it's going to take place at 540. So number 1, I need to wait for the price to get down to 540. And then I want to see market structure, right? What's market structure? That's W's and M's, right? Double bottoms and double tops. So I completely took the idea of a dip buy off the table. And I'm personally looking for some kind of market structure to be put in at 540. So I'm patiently waiting, building a plan, looking to see if we start to get any kind of indication of market structure. We came down to 540. We bounced a little bit. We come back down to 540, and I'm starting to see one of 2 things. Number 1, potential double bottom. Comes down, bounces, back down to 540. What's something else I noticed that backs up this trade? Momentum is ticking up as we're pulling back, right? Stock's moving lower, but momentum is ticking higher, suggesting, hey, we could actually see a nice little rebound off this level. We're bottoming at 540 support. We're starting to put in a slight double bottom, and we see momentum ticking up. I took that trade off 540. If we crack below 540, it's not a double bottom. It's not going to reverse. I'm going to get out. So I'm risking like 3-4 cents on the trade at most just to see if we get that bounce off 540 and get that nice double bottom reversal. And momentum is indicating a reversal as well. Right here, it came down and got me to the penny. It started to fall below 540. I see 539, 538, 537 on the bid. I say I'm getting out. But it did bounce. It did bounce from that 540 level up to 560. That was a nice little 20-cent scalp, but it didn't follow through. It eventually comes down and cracks 540. So this one trade that was a loser, ALLK, it got me by a couple pennies. Right idea, just happened to stop me out quick. I could have made some money, but I did the right thing because that could have easily dropped on off the $5. So that was my reasoning behind ALLK, was getting that double bottom entry as momentum was ticking up off 540 support. Once we really just said no dip buy here, but a possible reversal on the stock that had been performing very, very well. And since then, it has just been fading. So what's the key takeaway from ALLK here? Right, during these trade reviews, I always like to say, here's your key takeaway. Your key takeaway here is always have a plan and manage your risk. Right? Am I upset with the loss? Nope. Would I take that trade again? Absolutely. Was that a good loss? Was that a good loss? I paid my market expenses today. Was that a good loss? Yes, it was a good loss. There's good losses and there's bad losses. That was a good loss. I'm not upset with it. So your key takeaway is always have a plan, build your plan, and execute. When you get stopped out, stop out. Because what would have happened if you were just a little too greedy and you said, you know what, let me just give it one more candle. Just one more candle. Now you're underneath your stop level. Just one more candle. And then it's a trickle effect. Now you just give it one more candle over 30 candles, and now you lose 40 cents a share instead of losing 4 cents per share. Okay, so the key takeaway here was good idea, good setup, good plan. It worked. I just happened to get stopped out before the bounce, but I honored my plan. It was a good stop loss. If I see this set up again on another stock, I take it because I know 70 to 80% of the time we're going to get the move in our favor and be able to lock in some profits. So key takeaway, always have a plan, manage your risk, stop out when you say you're going to stop out. Keep your losses small versus taking a $60 loss into a potentially what? $300 to $400 loss. Good loss. I take it. ALLK, red trade, but you're going to have some losers. You're going to pay those market expenses. I paid my market expenses today to ALLK in the form of a very small loss with a good plan and a good strategy and a good setup. Right, we had a couple winners, right? We had HOUR this morning. HOUR was a really nice trade this morning. And the reason we were jumping in to HOUR is because we noticed that this stock had bounced several times off the trend line from yesterday. And what do we know about trend lines? Right? As long as the stock is above the trend line, it's considered bullish. When a stock falls below the trend line, it's considered bearish. We know that buyers are present at trend lines. There will be buyers present at a trend line. They're expecting the trend line to hold and the move on up. The second the trend line cracks, what do those buyers do? They walk away. They sell. Short sellers enter. Stock dumps. So we're watching HOUR out of the gate right around this trend line. Right? This trend line was back from yesterday here inside of a post market. And now we're starting to open on up. And we notice that that trend line is being validated. We come down, we bounced off the trend line. We came down, bounced on the trend line again. So not only did we just bounce 2 times on the trend line and validate the trend line, that one candle we had here was on high volume, indicating more buyers than sellers because we saw a nice bounce, we saw a nice pop. You could also say it just put in a double bottom, comes down, 411 bounce, comes down, 411 bounce. So a quick double bottom off our trend line, showing that it's going to be respected, showing that traders are there and traders are present. We see an increase in volume at the same time, suggesting we could see that double bottom bounce off the trend line, actually follow through and move up to the upside. Move up to the upside. That makes a lot of sense, but you know what I mean. Move higher to the upside based on what we're noticing at that point in time. And then we also notice we have a nice little downtrend from pre-market. So we're going to extend that out to the right. So this is what we see at that point in time. We see that potential double bottom. We see it's holding and respecting that uptrend. We see it has potential to break the downtrend as well. And to top it off, we have a nice increase in volume along that double bottom off the trend line. I like the stock. I love it. I'm getting long on the next candle. So I'm long right now, right? I'm long above the trend line with stops under low a day. And I wanted to add at the break of the downtrend, but the break happened very, very quickly. I was never able to add to it to get a full size. So since I wasn't able to get full size, my initial position was relatively small, which caused me to keep my position small on my other trades to make sure my risk reward and my profit loss was consistent. Because if I had a quarter of my position on HOUR, I would have made a quarter of my potential profits. But if I would go full size on the next trade and it was a loss, that means I give those profits back, plus I'm down on the day. So that meant right then and there, since I wasn't full size, my next trade has to be a quarter of my size to keep the profit loss consistent. The next trade I take, if I take one, has to be right around the same amount of size, right? The same type of risk, the same type of reward to keep that profit loss consistent throughout the day. I really wanted to add here. I never got the ad, but the stock did end up starting to move on up. We are bouncing off that trend line. We are looking to break the downtrend, and we broke beautifully, and we simply just scale out into strength. Okay, so that was the HOUR trade, just a simple double bottom intraday off 411. It's also holding the trend line. We get volume to back up this trade as well on that nice candle here that gave us the double bottom off the trend line. And then we validated with even more volume, breaking the downtrend. And we had a nice big rip and run all the way up towards around 511. I took profits here at 560. I was taking profits at 570, and then I was all out right around 450. I was able to make about 200 bucks on that trade. Not a bad little trade there, guys. All right, so that was HOUR at the start of the day, and that was the reason behind the trade. That was the strategy. That was the criteria. That was the formation that we saw, and we had multiple reasons to back up that trade, and we had a lot of traders lock in some amazing profits as well. And then the final trade was in UWE today. Right? We took this live, we called it live, and we had a lot of traders inside of chat take the trade as well. So we see the stock got halted at 139. Okay, gapped up, fell below the halt level, ripped into another halt right there at 154. So we don't gap up out of the halt. We gap up like a penny. The next candle opens, we dump on down to 146, but immediately surge up to 175. So I know that halt levels like to be respected as support and resistance. So I see that we gap up barely. We lose that level briefly, but we have a ton of volume move in to push that stock into a new high a day at 175. So what I'm looking for is to see the stock come back down to 154 for a possible entry. Now, there's a couple reasons why I want to take that 154 entry. Number one, it's the halt level. And I know that as we come down into these halt levels, they like to hold as support, and these stocks like to bounce off those halt levels. So number one, I'm expecting that halt level to bounce right at 154. Number two, I also notice it comes down to the 9 EMA and it bounces. It comes down to the 9 EMA and it bounces. And at that point in time, where is the 9 EMA? Right around 154. So I'm really liking the idea of a 154 entry on NUWE off the second halt level, off the 9 EMA for that next leg up into a high a day. And I'm just building a plan at this point in time. So what I'm doing right now with you guys is explaining my mindset behind the trade. And we commentated all of this live. I'm actively building a plan in my head. I want to get long at 154. I'm going to stop out at 150. I want to take some profits at high a day. Maybe we get up to that 185, 186 resistance level. So I'm just building a plan, getting prepared. And if I see what I want to see on this trade, I'm definitely willing to take a position. The other thing I notice at that point in time is momentum is ticking higher as the stock's pulling back. So now you got the halt level as support, reason number one. 9 EMA support, reason number two. And why are we even utilizing the 9 EMA? It touched it 1-2 times. It's being validated. So the odds are it's probably going to be validated again. Reason number two. Reason number three, momentum is actually still ticking higher as the stock's pulling back, indicating some underlying buying momentum. So I'm really convicted here at this point in time. I have 3 reasons to be jumping into this trade here on NUWE, but I'm still not in yet. I still need to wait for the absolute best entry. And what I start to notice right here at this point in time is we're starting to form a little bit of this downtrend, right? So you got a nice little downtrend here on NUWE. We're going to extend that out to the right. And I think we made our entries right here. What was our timestamp on NUWE? We got in at 9:52:55. So we were in, not quite yet. We start to notice the downtrend. We still want our 154 entries right off that halt level, right off the 9 EMA. We see momentum is still holding on up as stock is consolidating and actually falling a little bit. We want to get in at 154, stops right around 150 or 149, and we're expecting this to bounce off the 9 EMA. We're expecting it to hold 154 and then follow through, break the downtrend back up to high a day and then above high a day into the 180s. So we're being patient. We're waiting. We're patiently waiting. We get our entries right there. Still have downtrend resistance. It actually closed below the 9 EMA, but we still took our entries right there at 154. And I'm feeling good because momentum is still ticking higher, even though the stock got slammed right back down to 154. So we got long at what time? We were long at 9:52:55. So we got in right at the end of this candle at 9:52:55, and we were taking profits literally 30 seconds later. Why? because we got our move. We held that 154. We start to break the downtrend, and then we start to push into a new high a day. So just like that, we notice the downtrend that could be broke. We notice the 9 EMA likes to hold the stock up as support, and we could expect to see a 154 bounce. We have yet to come down and hit that 154 and see a bounce. I'm more than happy to take a trade off that level of support. Nice stops, looking for the buyers to move in, to break the downtrend for a nice new high a day. And overall, momentum was confirming the trade that it still had potential to get that move to the upside. So we were long at 153. We were scaling out at 162 into this push. And we were taking our final profits at 178 right before the halt. And that was a good idea to get out there because since then, it's been fading and falling. Right, guys? So that was a quick little breakdown on NUWE as far as the multiple separate reasons we had to back up that trade. Nice little breakdown there on ALLK as far as why I took it, why I got out, and why you do the right thing and get out of your trades. All right. And then we had a great trade this morning on HOUR. And the key takeaway from the winners, right? If you have a plan built and you have multiple reasons to get involved and you're confident and convicted and you have a plan, you're going to be able to easily pull the trigger without fear, without hesitation. Okay? If I wasn't prepared on any of those winners, if I didn't understand my position sizing, if I didn't know where my stop loss was, if I didn't have an idea of where I wanted to take profits, do you really think I would have confidently pulled the trigger at 152? Probably not. Right? Probably would have hesitated a little bit. Probably would have got in late. Right? Could have resulted in a loss. Could have resulted in less profits. So the key takeaway is preparation is key. If you get prepared the right way and you have multiple separate reasons to back up your trade thesis, whether long or short, there's going to be no reason you hesitate on your trades. You're not going to trade with fear. You're going to jump in right when you think you should jump in. If you get stopped out, you're going to go ahead and walk away from the trade. And when you start seeing the move in your favor and you start hitting some of your targets, you're going to have no issues with not being greedy and scaling out and locking in profits. So the key takeaways is always manage your risk, right? That was the trade on ALLK. Have a plan, manage your risk on your stops. And just like the winners, have a plan, manage your risk. Don't be greedy, take profits. And if you have a plan and you're prepared and you've gone through the whole process of building a trade plan, there is no reason why you're going to trade with fear, which means you're not going to hesitate, which means you're not going to miss the best entry, which then means you're not going to chase the stock and FOMO win, which then means you're not going to lose as much money because you're not chasing the stocks at the top. So those are your key takeaways, guys. Really, to wrap it all up, have a trade plan, have multiple reasons to get into a trade, and then honor your plans, all right? And just like that, it's that easy to make money, right? That wasn't challenging at all. That wasn't hard to build these plans, to identify the setups, to identify multiple reasons. The hardest part is to actually get yourself to do that due diligence, to build those plans and to break everything down. But if you just do that consistently, you're going to take a bad habit that you may have and turn it into a good habit, and you're going to find more success in the market, and trading is just going to seem easy and not challenging. It all starts with preparation, guys. All right. Pub sub or Jersey Mike Day. I got chicken, sweet potatoes, broccoli, and carrots in the fridge. John's loving the value bombs. That's what's up. So those are my 3 trades from today. Again, all of the reasons behind the trades, we called these out live. We took these trades live as well. So I hope you guys were able to understand the trades in real time. If not, we just did a nice little review as far as the trades and a recap. So you guys were fully aware of why we took the trades, where we were getting in at, how we were building our plans, and how we were assessing, multiple reasons to get into that trade as well, for those trades. So that was our trading of the day, and that put us up $316. So not a huge day. It all started with HOUR, that I didn't get my full size. That was full size. That would have been an $800 trade, right? Because I was 25% in. If I was 100% in on that particular trade, hypothetically speaking, that would have been $800. And then if I would have been consistent with size, that could have been also a $600 trade on NUWE. That would have put me up over $1,000 on the day. And that loss would have been about $400, taking me back down about 800 bucks on the day. So knowing that I wasn't the right position size on HOUR caused me to scale back on NUWE and caused me to scale back on ALLK. Because here's the thing. What if I would have been aggressive on NUWE? Well, that would have been a better profit. But what if I would have scaled up and been more aggressive on ALLK? That would have been a much bigger loss. Probably put me around the same results that I already have right now at this point in time. So if you ever find yourself finding inconsistency in the market, like you're inconsistent, you have big wins, you have big losses, or you have small consistent wins, but one loss wipes you out, it's because you're not consistent with your profit and loss. You're not consistent with your sizing. And that was a great example of if you come in and you have a winner, but you realize you were like a quarter of your position and you want to see consistent results in the market, that means at least for the duration of the day, you got to stay consistent with your size and your risk to reward on your trades to see those consistent results. You come in, you start your day off strong, full size, then you can continue to go full size the rest of the day. But you cannot start with small size, have some wins, then expect to just jump up, be aggressive, because one loss is going to wipe you out and probably set you back a little bit. So consistency is everything. And that was a good example of how you have to be consistent in the moment and how you have to realize how to adjust in the moment. So a lot of good key takeaways. Guys got some breakdowns on the trades. You guys made some great cash on the call outs. And then again, just some nice mindset stuff to kind of get you guys going for the rest of the week. So, wow, out of that last, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, we didn't get a single question. You guys must just have everything figured out. I'm joking, by the way. I do like questions. That's what I'm here for. But if you guys don't have any questions, I completely understand. But if you have any questions, please let me know. Don't hesitate. All right, AVCT was beautiful. Break and retest over 40, and since then has been rocking and rolling. Do you think NUWE is setting back up? Let's go look at NUWE at this point in time. I do not think it's setting back up at this point in time. It's just a little too choppy. It's building lower highs. I mean, it's trying to put in a higher low here, but this could just roll and put in a lower low. I don't think it's setting back up at this point in time, personally. I mean, it already broke its downtrend. It ran up a little bit. Now it's starting to roll on back over. I just think it needs more attention. There needs to be a little bit more volume and more focus. And right now it's 12 o'clock. You're probably not going to get that attention. You're not going to have traders focused on it. Why? Traders are dipping out. They're going to lunch. They're going to go eat, and they're going to come back around 2 o'clock. So I don't think NUWE is setting up right now for a trade. I honestly think it's going to fade a little bit more over lunch and then maybe get some end-of-day action. But right now, I don't see anything that really stands out at this point in time. You got 140 support on NUWE. So if you do continue to crack 150, you could see it back down around 140. And that's a good area to see a bounce here on NUWE. But right now, I think you need a little bit more time to see this stock develop on out and wait to see if it sets up just a little bit better before making an entry. And the biggest thing here is lack of volume around lunch. Is this options trading? It can be. It can be options trading. All right, we had the Disney calls off 112.50 today, up to 114.77. It went $1. You could have taken profits into that dollar push. You had SPY puts and Q puts today off those resistance levels. Both of those dropped over 3 points to the downside. You guys could have taken those puts. If you're like, I don't know how to trade options, well, we do option lessons inside a chat every single day. Well, not every day, but pretty consistently, we're talking options. We have a 2.5 hour long options course for our members. We have maybe like 7 other lessons that pertain to options. If you guys ever need help picking and choosing an options contract to get involved with, I will do that with you. And if we see a great trade and you're taking options, I just don't take the option side of things. That's the only thing I don't do. I'll take the shares, right? So if we're looking at QQQ puts, for example, there's a lot of traders in chat taking QQQ puts. I'm personally trading shares of SQQQ. So on that same exact move, you guys could have been taking put contracts for that drop to 301 which is a very nice drop. If you would have bought one contract with a 30 delta, that would have been a $90 return, give or take. I'm personally going to find a good trade on the Qs, walk you guys through the options trade, right? Help you pick and choose the options contract, the delta, manage your risk reward. Again, we have a lot of great education around options to get you guys fully understanding of what an option is and how to trade them. But I'm personally going to switch over to SQQ, and I'm going to trade equities long, because I would probably jump in with a few hundred shares and then ride this up for a $2 move to the upside versus trading options on the Qs. It's just personal preference. I don't really enjoy trading options personally. Never been super consistent with it. I'm better at trading equities and trading physical shares. But yeah, these are option trades. A lot of these setups that we see are optionable. You just don't see me putting on the options trade personally, but that doesn't mean you can't. I take the physical shares. Are hotkeys the fastest way to get in and out of trades? I want to get faster on the ball. I mean, I don't use hotkeys and I get in pretty fast. I use hot buttons, right? So I use hot buttons, but I don't use hotkeys. So hotkeys are a quick way to go with just a keystroke. You're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. You're in, you're out. But it really depends on your broker as well, right? If you're using, say, Webull, and you're using hotkeys, your order still may not be the best, right? Because Webull is a little bit slower with getting your orders filled. They do what's called payment for order flow. So it really comes down to the broker that you're using, number one, for execution and speed. And then hotkeys do help, but I don't use hotkeys. I never have. I use hot buttons, and I'm still able to get in very quick and get out very quick as well. Yeah, S&TG after that massive dump did definitely start to rip and run, but I mean, it's been a super choppy stock. So as far as looking back in hindsight, right, it's always 2020. I mean, where do you really expect to be getting into this choppy stock? Like, I could always look at a stock after it's moved and say, that was a good entry, that was a good entry. I look at S&TG, and I don't see any good entries at all. So I know it's moving on up and it fought back hard, but as far as like a proper quality trade setup, there hasn't been one on S&TG. And it's always easy to see it because hindsight's always 2020, but looking at S&TG is like, where's the best entry at? The stock's choppy. The stock had literally no volume. But we are getting some nice action to the upside. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Like Michael said, hit the like button. Smash that subscribe button again. Every Wednesday we'll be live for you guys from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you can expect more of this. Trade reviews, live trades, locking in some great profits over on YouTube. We saw a lot of the fantastic profits coming on in. We had some great profits inside the chat today as well. Angela, what about TEL? Keeps hitting that 394. Let's go look at TELL, Angela. Let me challenge you, Angela. I like to challenge individuals inside of chat, but a good challenge. I want to get you thinking on your own and trying to make good decisions. So I'm going to ask you a question, okay? I'm going to ask you the same question. Angela, what do you think about TEL? It keeps hitting 394. What do you think about it? What do you see right now at this point in time? And then I'll come in and back that up. But I always like to, again, it's a healthy challenge. It's a good challenge to get you guys thinking outside the box, thinking for yourself, to start seeing things. So what do you see on TELL? Do you see anything that stands out to you? Do you see like a potential opportunity? And if so, what's that potential opportunity? Are you looking to get in? If so, what's your plan? So it keeps hitting that 394, keeps tapping. You think that it's going to back down? Okay. I would agree with you, Angela. And the reason I would agree with you is you had that massive gap down and drop. Okay. You are bouncing up today off the 50 SMA. So you're just getting a little bit of a bounce off that 50 SMA. Stocks like to bounce off their indicators. Okay. So dropping on off and it's bouncing on up. But where's it bouncing on up to? Yesterday's open, 396. So after that offering and that massive drop, it's simply getting a weak bounce. Getting a weak bounce at this point in time. How do I know it's a weak bounce, Angela? Look at that daily candle. That's a pretty nice daily candle, right? Some would say that's a pretty strong bounce. The stock went from 360 to 390, right? That's not a weak bounce, Josh. That's strong. Look at that candle. It's a big candle. It's weak. Why is that a weak bounce? What do you see that indicates this being a pretty weak bounce off that 50 SMA? Do you see anything that stands out to you, Angela? Look at that daily chart over the last 4 days. What's one thing that you notice over the last 4 days that indicates this being a relatively weak bounce? Low volume. Absolutely. So you see that massive gap down drop off the offering, massive volume. The next day, low volume. Today, even lower volume. So today is a green day, almost the same size as yesterday's move, but you have 60% less volume today than you had yesterday. So that to me shows a weak bounce. So I think you're spot on. You have a very weak bounce on up into a level of resistance. So I think your thesis is correct that it's going to back down. So I think you're correct on it's going to back down. Why? You're sitting right at resistance. You got $4 psychological resistance. You got yesterday's open on a weak volume day. So you add all of those things together, that does back up your thesis with you think it's going to sell off and possibly start backing down a little bit. So 100%, you're spot on. John said he got some profits, by the way, small percent of my account. Thank you, Josh, for all the breakdowns. Absolutely. Absolutely. More than happy to help out. Absolutely. So, yep, you're spot on. You hit it on the head, Angela. John, make it happen, man. You're missing out. Every day you're not inside a chat, you're missing out on something. Right? We got members all the time that say they learn something new every single day. And I'm like, how did you learn something new today? We talked about trend lines. We talked about trend lines last week. They're like, just what you say when you're in trades, like how you commentate the trades. I'm always just picking your brain apart, and I'm always learning something new, which is amazing that, you know, you're always learning something new every single day inside a chat, which is what I strive for. So every day that you're not here is another day that you're missing out on something of value to help you become a better trader. So we look forward to seeing you inside a chat eventually in the future. And we look forward to seeing everybody inside a chat as a member in the future, guys. Don't just get 1 day a week. Get 5 days. Get access to the video lessons library. Get access to hundreds of great traders that are here to support you and help you succeed in the market. All right, so TELL, spot on, Angela. Looks like it's going to back down here a little bit. Let's go ahead and scan through some of our top gaining stocks and see if there's anything else right now at this point in time that looks like it's setting up for a possible trade. AVCT, I know it's tempting, but look at your momentum. You're losing momentum. You can clearly see the loss of momentum on the chart itself. And what did we say like an hour ago? Wait for the stock to break over 40 and retest. Then get long with like a 38-cent stop loss. You have two targets, 44.5 and 50 cents. Well, you came down to 40 cents on the break and retest. You held. You pushed up to your first target within 5 minutes. Came back down. Your runner would have never been hit. And you hit your second target of 49 cents. The trade's done. It's due to pull back. And just like that, it's dropping on off. You could visually see the loss of momentum. And you got the momentum indicator indicating that it's going to start pulling back as well. Nothing right now with AVCT. NERV, it really doesn't look all that good, does it? So we'll keep it on watch, as NERV is notorious for making some end-of-day moves. We'll keep it on watch, but nothing right now at this point in time. ALLK, I think it's a good idea to go ahead and take this off. Right? ALLK definitely doesn't look good. So we got a couple option questions, and I just want to go ahead and clarify what we do inside of chat. Okay, so we always get prepared with our penny stock watch list for the day, and we always get prepared with our top options of the day. So every day we come in, we're always watching the SPY and the Qs. Okay, there's always going to be some kind of opportunity with the SPY and the Qs. Okay, maybe right out of the gate like today and yesterday. Right, we had an out-of-the-gate trade yesterday. We had an out-of-the-gate trade today on the SPY and the Qs. There's some days that you just don't see a setup on the SPY and the Qs, and you're more or less looking at penny stocks. But we always get prepared with our top pennies of the day and our top options of the day. All right. I go where the opportunity is. That's where I go. Where's the opportunity? Where's the big moves? Where's the money? Right? Where is the opportunity at? If the opportunity is with options, you're going to see me watching the SPY and the Qs all day. Maybe Disney all day. We're going to be saying, all right, cool. The SPY can go from 400 to 403. If you're looking to buy calls, this is the type of call that you'd want to buy. Why? With the education. Every contract you buy with that stop loss, you risk X amount of dollars. If you hit your target, you're going to make X amount of dollars. So I will always get you prepared on the option side of things. Always. If you have any questions in regards to options, I will sacrifice my profits and set my trading aside to help you pick and choose the right options contract to trade based on the opportunities that we have. And we're always watching the SPY and the Qs. But I go where the opportunity is. Today, the opportunity wasn't small caps out of the gate. Right? Look at ALLK. The thing ripped today. Right? Go look at HOUR. The thing did fantastic out of the gate. Right? Go look at NUWE. It did fantastic out of the gate. So I go where opportunity is. If there's no opportunity out of the gate with penny stocks, oh yeah, I'm right over to the SPY and the Qs. And I will absolutely help you pick and choose an option, which one's the buy, set your stop loss, set your target, help you identify what your risk to reward is per contract that you buy. And you could trade options. We have a lot of traders that only trade options inside of chat. But I'm not actually going to trade the Qs. I'm going to go trade SQs. I'm not actually going to trade the SPY. I'm going to go trade the inverse ETF, SPXU, long or short. So I don't personally take the options position. I take the shares, typically on an inverse ETF. Something like Tesla, I'll take shares of Tesla. Something like Disney, I'll take shares of Disney. But I just don't personally take the options. But I'm here to break down the option setups for you, help you pick and choose the right options contract to buy, and help you break down your trade plans as well. But I go where the opportunity is. And today, the opportunity out of the gates was with some of these penny stocks. Now, did we miss? Did I miss? The Qs? Yes. Did I miss the SPY? Yes. But did you have to miss the SPY and the Qs if that's all you watch? No. We broke everything down. We got you prepared. If we don't break over 401.16 and we see more weakness than strength, you want to play puts on that level back down to those lower targets. You had your plan built, ready to go. So if I'm watching HOUR, trading HOUR, you can say, you know what? Mute the live stream. Okay? I'm gonna turn you down, Josh. I'm watching the SPY, and you're watching the SPY. Right? You're like, Josh said 401.16, and I see that level being pretty clean. Right? I know exactly what contracts I want to buy and how many. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps, 4 taps. All right, I see multiple rejections off 401.16 to the penny. I'm looking to get short here at 477 cents, and I'm going to stop out over these highs, right? Because that makes sense. And then I know those lower targets, low a day, pre-market lows, everything that we did between 9 and 9:30. So just because I'm trading penny stocks or trading equities on something else doesn't mean you're going to miss a SPY opportunity, because we're going to break these down for you. Get you guys prepared. Doesn't mean you're going to miss a Q opportunity, because once again, we're going to break this down to get you prepared. But if your next thing is, but I don't know how to trade options, so I need you to walk me through it, then you shouldn't be trading options on a live account in the first place. You should be paper trading to get familiar with how to trade options. You should be in the video lessons library studying up all of the options lessons that we have to get confident with trading options. So you don't need me to pull you by the hand and walk you through the process. That's mere trading, and that's just me giving you buy and sell alerts. I'm here to educate you guys, right? Once you're educated and you know how to trade options, and we break everything down in the mornings and we identify these setups, you'll be able to take these trades confidently on your own, and you'll be coming inside a chat saying, yo, I just made $1,000 on options. Woo, right? But I want you guys to learn how to fish, not just me give you a fish. But yeah, I know that was a long explanation, but we're always looking at options, right? We're always getting, a breakdown on where the best options opportunity is. And we have a lot of great education pertaining to options in the video lessons library. So there's always going to be opportunity if you want to trade options, and there's always going to be opportunity if you want to trade physical shares on a large cap, medium cap, or small cap stock. And we always, again, have a great watch list for both. And I go where the opportunity is. So if the opportunity out of the gate is solely with the SPY and the Qs, you best believe that's where my focus is right at the start of the day. I want to go where the opportunity is. I'm not biased to options. I'm not biased to futures. I'm not biased to penny stocks. I'm where the opportunity is. Aiden, what's up? How often are you looking for candlestick patterns to confirm a trade? Downtrends, DB, double bottoms, retest areas, looking for specific areas that price has to be rejected from or support at using the patterns. So how often are you looking for candlestick patterns? And I say patterns weird all the time. Double top, double bottom. So daily time frames, I look at candlestick formations and patterns. So if you're talking about like single candles, like dojis, are you talking like specifically dojis? How often do I look at each individual candlestick to identify a possible pattern? Or are you talking about the bigger picture? Oh, come on, John Boy. I say it weird. I know, guys. Hey, I don't have to be the smartest person or the brightest crown in the box, but hey, we can put on some trades and make it happen. Pattern. So how often do I look at candlestick formations? Okay, that's how we're going to go. It depends, right? Like, for example, today on ALLK, I think it was ALLK. It wasn't ALLK. Which one was it that we saw? So I put some emphasis on HOUR. That was the one. So I put some emphasis on that doji, right? And the reason I put emphasis on that one candle was for a multitude of reasons. Number one, it was the candle that gave us a double bottom. It was the candle that had the most amount of volume, right? We saw a nice pop in volume on that candle, okay? And that was the candle that established our double bottom, and it just so happened to be a doji at support. And what does a doji indicate at support? It indicates a possible reversal. And we saw the stock reverse right after it put in that doji. So every now and then, if I notice it in the moment, yes. But I'm not just looking at candlestick formations. Like, you have all of these different types of dojis that traders trade based on. I don't do that. Like the abandoned baby, the three white soldiers. I mean, there's so many different doji formations that traders swear by. I look at a multitude of things: momentum, price action, volume, support, resistance. And if I happen to see a valid doji or a valid candlestick formation as I'm looking at a trade and it helps back that trade up, then I'll utilize it to help back the trade up. But I'm not actually out here hunting for different types of candlesticks and then looking at the trade around it. I'm finding my multiple separate reasons for the trade. And if I happen to see a doji formation or some kind of candlestick formation that helps back up my thesis, then I'll use it. But I'm not actually out here hunting for those types of candlesticks like some traders do. Some traders go hunting for dojis, and they trade based on doji formations and candlestick formations. I trade on a mixture of things, right? Volume, support, resistance, a multitude of different technical analysis, right? Multiple forms of TA. Again, the volume, support, resistance, price action, volume, all that good stuff. I'll use upper shadows. Yeah, like that picture that you just sent, those upper shadows, absolutely. That's an extreme, right? So those upper shadows are extremes. The stock got that high and then it just dumped on off. So those are going to be extreme levels, right? The extremes, the spiking highs, the spiking lows. And I definitely utilize those areas for support and resistance. Absolutely. That's just a very strong level of resistance. And you can maybe see that's a little bit of a supply zone there, right? Based on those upper shadows and then those immediate rejections, that could be looked at as a possible supply zone. But I see just resistance right across the board, right at those upper shadows. And if I ever see a double top at that level, that'll help back up the trade. Absolutely. Because it's just a very well established level of resistance. Or you have an imbalance between buyers and sellers, right? You have more sellers than buyers at that level. I think you're on point with that, John Boy. I think you're like right on top of it. Pattern, Corey. I'd like to hear you guys on the mic sometime and see how you guys speak. Yeah. Sure would. You want to make fun of me. Want to judge me. Getting that band button out strong today, baby. Ban. Where's everybody at? Oh, you banned me. Huh. That would make sense. Last question, guys, because it is 12:09. We're a little bit after 12 o'clock. We're going to dive into lunch, and your boy's hungry, and we're going to be back here at 2:30 for some power hour trading. You get my Midwest accent going on. Oh, dude, you say "ope" too all the time. You walk through the grocery store, you turn the aisle, and you run into somebody. "Ope." Sorry. "Ope." It's a Midwest thing, man. "Ope." I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? "Ope." Opa. I say "ope" all the time. Just walking through the grocery store, and you run into somebody. "Oh, sorry. Ope. Didn't mean to do that. Ope." I'm like, what is "ope"? Just a Midwestern thing, guys. That's it. "Ope." The best. "Ope." "Ope" what? Open? Ope. What? I'm on Webull. If I wanted to do more than 50% each day, what would you do in my shoes? Like certain days of the week better, what would you make more 60, 40 or more? So if you're on Webull and you wanted to do more than 50% each day. So John, if I understand you correctly, you're on Webull, you have a cash account. Okay, you're on Webull and you have a cash account. What if you want to use more than 50% of your cash per day? Is that your question? If so, I have 2 recommendations. Webull, you have a cash account, and you're asking if you want to use more than 50% each day, what should you do? I have 2 recommendations. Yes. Recommendation number 1, maybe look in the trading options. Why? If you use 100% of your account today, you'll have that available tomorrow. You use 100% of your account tomorrow, you'll have that money settled for Friday. You got a T+1 settlement period for options. So you could use 100% of your account every single day and have that money available the very next day. That's recommendation number 1. But if you're like, dude, no, I don't like options. I'm just like you, Josh. I'm better at trading shares. Then you got to be disciplined and stick with your 50% rule. Because if you don't stick with your too small of account for options, it's actually the other way around. The smaller the account you have, the better it is for options. You need a larger account for equities. Options, the best way to grow a small account is with options because your money settles overnight. And every now and then, you can go find a $20, $30, $40 options contract and make 50% return. It's only going to cost you $40 to enter the trade, and you could potentially, make 50% of your money. So honestly, options are the best way to grow small amounts of money. And then your funds settle overnight, number 1. But back to the equities, right? If you're just not a fan of options and you're better at trading physical shares like I am, you have to stick with that 50% rule, in my opinion. Because if you use 100% of your money today, you're not going to be able to trade tomorrow. But what if the market's on fire tomorrow? You're just going to be sitting here scratching your head like, man, I can't trade. And then Friday, you're like, I can trade again. Woo! And then you're going to go probably force opportunities because you felt like you missed opportunities the day before. The mindset thing that a lot of traders have. So what I recommend is always going 50%. And the reason for that, one of 2 things. Number 1 is you always have 50% the following day to trade with. So if you see opportunity, you're not going to miss it. You have funds settled. It forces you to stay disciplined, right? If you can be disciplined with only utilizing 50% of your account on any given day, imagine that discipline bleeding into other things. Discipline is a very important factor for trading stocks. But if you're like, I got this 50% rule, but you break that rule and you do 80%, 90, or even 100% one day, right? You're already starting off on the wrong track. You're already breaking a rule. You're already being undisciplined, and that's going to bleed negatively into the rest of your trading. So number 1, it allows you to always have buying power every single day. It may be a small amount of money, but you should always have some buying power because you never know what day is going to be hot. Fridays are statistically slow days. But last Friday was absolutely on fire. You just never know what the market. Every day is a brand new day in the market. Every day something brand new is going to happen. And you don't know when the best day is. You get ideas historically on what better days, better weeks, better months are, but the market's the market. It's random. It's going to do what it wants to do. So that's number 1. You always have settled cash. Number 2, it forces you to stay disciplined. Once you hit that 50%, you walk for the day. You're done. And so you're at least guaranteeing capital for tomorrow if there's opportunity. But if you don't see an opportunity, that's fine. That's okay. You're not going to trade, but you're always going to have an option to trade to take advantage of that opportunity. But again, options are the best way to grow a small account. Because you can go literally trade like the Qs today, for example. Let's go look at the Qs real quick. Just to give you an example real quick. But then we're jumping off here, guys. So let's say that you thought the Qs were setting up for an inverse head and shoulders, right? You got left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and you see this being a reversal, okay? And you think the Qs are going to get back up to 304. That's about $2 to the upside. So let's go in here and look at a call option that expires today. 304 contract, boom. So if you wholeheartedly believe the Qs are going to go from 302 to 304, okay? You can go in here and buy a 304 call option that expires today, and you're going to invest $33, okay? For every dollar that the Qs go up, you're going to make $21 of profit. So if you took this trade, your investment for one contract is $30, $34 to be exact, okay? If the stock comes down $1, you lose the delta. So you're going to lose $21 of your $34 investment. But if you're correct, and the Qs go up $2 to 304, you're going to make $44, which is over 100%. So you're going to make over $40, but you're only putting in $38. So this is an example on how you could literally trade options on a really small amount of money and still make really good money if you're trading the right setups. Lately, Saturdays have been the best days. All right, guys, I'm going to keep reading these comments and keep talking. We need to get some lunch in us. We're already 16 minutes past 12 o'clock. But again, we had a lot of great questions, and I love helping you guys out. So an extra 16 minutes, it's all good, guys. But we're going to go ahead and officially dive into lunch. Good job and good work once again today. Let's go ahead and shout out some members inside of chat real quick that locked in some amazing profits today. We got Rodney locking in $58 on the SPY. We got Kits King 104. Angela, nice little small profit. She'll take it. Hey, green is green, Angela. $16, way to go. We got George making $100. We got One Tall Cool One locking in some profits there on the Qs. We got Joey, small little base hits. We got Tyler in and out. We got Catherine locking in 582. We got Johnny Holmes hitting his daily goal. We got Jose locking in some great profits, well over $1,500. Ending the month strong. Way to go, traders. Way to make it happen. And if anybody even gives a crap, which I'm sure you don't, and I don't suggest that you do, my profits don't really pertain to anything. I locked in $300. We'll come back later this afternoon, see what we have in store, see if there's opportunity, and see if we can have another big day to end the month strong and carry some momentum into September. If you're on YouTube, come back at 2:30. We'll be here. Live streams up till 7 p.m. You'll get our scanners. You get some more commentary later on, live trading, all that good stuff. I'll answer your questions. And then again, you get my post-market scanners until 7 o'clock. If you're inside the chat, you already know what to expect. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here at 2:30. Once again, good job and good work. Who's going to do it? Right? That was the conclusion. Right? I'm done speaking now. I'm waiting. There we go, Angela. I love it. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Keep up the amazing work. Trade smart and trade safe, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you back here at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch. I'll take care, guys. I'll see you then.
Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder, harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up, climbing and climbing. I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain.
sometimes that I'd never say goodbye or ever leave this stuff behind. When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, it's uneasy. I wouldn't have it another way. There's no other way. Yeah. When it hurts like this, when it hurts like this. When it hurts like this, I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts when you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word.
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can
Did it die? Yeah. Did it die? Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Did it die?
Wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't, of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No, did it die?
Wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die. Did it die?
Wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict. I'm a low life, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting. Don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored. Careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No, did it die?
Wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die. Did it die?
Wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Did it die? Did it die?
So why is it so hard to let you go?
makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see brightly. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. 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 Sometimes I feel that my luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. eternal.
I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. Busting through the ceiling, busting through the I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. Busting through the ceiling, busting through the I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. Following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm
1, 2, 3, go!
I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver, no more heartbreaks, tears. so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming. 'Cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my enemy. You're the
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a
my heart it says. If I wrote you a letter now, would I have a chance? If I wrote you a letter now, would it even be read? If I wrote you a letter now, if I wrote you a
Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want, baby. Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want. Just give me what I want. Give me what I'm looking for.
I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
from a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go. I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time starts down, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe close, it starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. I laid awake just begging to angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye.
I was angry before,
crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding Come Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding.
Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's up? What's going on, ADT Nation, YouTubers? How's it going? Welcome back. I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch and that you guys are all set, ready to rock, to attack the end of day and the end of the month team. I want to end it on a strong and profitable note. So far, so good. We're making the right steps in the right direction. Couple winners today, one small loser. And right now we have about an hour and a half to go. So let's see if there's any other opportunity out there, guys, to hit it hard, to lock in some profits. One thing I do want to point out is AVYA is actually starting to see a little bit of volume move in, which is a fantastic sign that we still have traders here present. They're looking at the stock. It has a wonderful setup. Again, 25% of the stock's float is currently short, which could really help push the stock to the upside out of this moving average squeeze. So it's really nice to see that this stock did get a nice little bounce today back up into the 150s. And I want to see a nice strong close today. That could definitely help the stock move tonight into tomorrow in pre-markets and allow the stock to open above that 50 SMA and start to make that nice little move to the upside. So full disclosure, I was in this trade yesterday at an average cost basis of 148, and that I did buy some option contracts. Cole was asking yesterday, Josh, what are you going to be doing? Shares or options? I'm like, I did not realize AVYA was optionable. It's a super cheap stock. I don't typically trade options unless it's a YOLO kind of options trade. So I just YOLO'd 5 contracts on AVYA. Not taking it really serious because I do have my bigger position currently open for the swing trade. But if the swing works, we'll see what those options do. I'm not really counting on too much, but we'll see if those things move a little bit. I'm really looking at the bigger position that I have over in my Fidelity account. Again, the cost basis right now, if I'm not mistaken, was 148. We have a 149 cost basis here on AVYA. 149. Our stops are underneath that 50 SMA. We're looking for the break up to 2. And we can see it up to 260. Let's see if we can get that moving average squeeze formation to play out for us over on AVYA. This point in time, guys. So it's nice to see that thing's moving on back up above the open. So we'll keep that one on watch until the end of the day. Maybe we want to add to it. SHPH is a new IPO stock. This stock IPO'd around, what was that, 25 bucks. Dumped on off to 1360 and has been halted several times to the upside. Currently halted at 49.50. And this thing's been halted for quite some time. So we'll definitely keep this on watch, see if there's any opportunity in clean setups. Maybe we can lock in a couple bucks here on this new IPO. Again, that's SHPH. Right? But stocks that really have the best potential right now at this point in time, we'll be watching GRNQ. So we will be watching that. HOUR, there's just not a lot happening right now with HOUR. That was a great trade out of the gate, but right now, not looking the best. NUWE, if we can hold this VWAP and break the downtrend around 160, we could see it back up to 180. So I definitely want to keep NUWE on high watch, guys. Other than that, the Qs have been really choppy today. The SPY's been really choppy. The best trades were out of the gates. SPY 401.16. The Qs off that 50 SMA, a 304.71. Since then, it's been tough to try and catch a move. It's just been really, really choppy. And these are challenging days to be trading the SPY and the Qs. So if you haven't really been trading the SPY and the Qs, I completely understand. And this brings me into a topic that I want to discuss here a little bit later this afternoon. So for those of you that trade the SPY and the Qs religiously, and 80% of your focus goes towards the SPY and the Qs for day trading options, I'm going to talk to you guys about futures today, how to get set up with futures, the ins and outs, the pros and the cons. A day like today would be a great day if you like scalping penny stocks to scalp the S&P 500 futures contracts on a margin account. And not have to worry about that cash settling overnight into tomorrow. So that may give you some flexibility to take some really short-term trades with futures to still trade this really choppy market if you like scalping, just as an alternative. If you guys have any questions in regards to futures, how you get going with futures, the best broker for futures, and what you would ideally be trading and how to trade futures, please let me know. And if we have some interest, I'll definitely take maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and talk to you guys about futures and the ins and outs. ATXG. Mr. Ed, what's up, man? Let's go look at ATXG. I did check out the Discord server, by the way, just so you know. I like it. It looks fantastic. I checked out the one page in regards to risk management. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, ATXG from $12.95 to $2.77. New IPO. offering a 5 million shares priced at $5 each. That was yesterday, and they began trading today after their uplisting. So yeah, this stock from like 1295 low to 277. I'm curious to watch it and see what it does, but this is this the next HKD, guys? Is this the next HKD that goes to $2,000? Yeah, I'll take a share of it and see. I'll take one share of it and see what happens. Why not? ATXG. We got our next HKD here, guys. Remember, HKD goes from like $85 to $2,500. You would have taken one share at like $200. You could have turned $200 into $2,000. So would I like buy one share just to have some fun? Yeah, I would. I'd risk like $100 to see if it does what HKD did. It's definitely a gamble all day. I'll admit it. It's a gamble. It's not a serious trade at all. But it's worth watching on ATXG for sure. I know, right? Wow. Yeah, of course, not buying at 277. Yeah, if you buy a share now, you might as well just go ahead and assume that it goes to zero tomorrow, and you're gonna lose $277. But would I lose $270 to have fun? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the casino this weekend and probably blow $1,000 anyway. At least I got better odds of ATXG being the next HKD, right? Is ATXD shortable? He's asking for a friend. With this kind of crazy price action, you would, oh man, it's so tough. Like, you don't want to go long on it because it makes no sense. You don't want to short it because you remember HKD. And it's like, yeah, if you would have shorted HKD at $200, you would have been absolutely just screwed. That's all I can say. Is just really keep it simple. You've been screwed. So yeah, it's newer IPOs typically aren't shortable. I don't see this stock being shortable on my end right now. And if I were to locate some shares, I guarantee they're quite expensive. Corey, I'd be open to the idea. I don't know anything about futures. Yeah, it's just an alternative. You're still trading the SPY. You're just trading the S&P 500. That's at like, what, 4,000? Versus the ETF that's at 395, right? So if you go look at /ES, that's the S&P 500 E-mini contracts. And you could see that the SPY is like 1/10 of the value. So you go look at the ES or the MES, the same thing. It's the S&P 500 index chart that's at 3690, or I can't even freaking dyslexia is so bad. 3961. So to get you started, that's what you'd be looking at is the ES or the /MES. The only difference between the ES and the MES is M stands for micro, so it's 1/10 of the value. So for example, if you were to buy one E-mini contract of the S&P 500 futures, for every 1 point, right? Every 1 point or 1 tick. They call them ticks, but we call it a point. So if you were to buy one ES contract at 39.60 and sell it at 39.61, you would make $50 on the ES. So the only difference going from the ES to the MES is for every point, it's $5. So it's a great place to start. You buy one MES futures contract at 39.60 and it goes up to 39.61 and you sell it, you make $5 on MES. On ES, the E-mini, it's $50 per point. So, and it just gives you some flexibility, right? Because how many times do we see good opportunities in pre-market, but for those of you that trade options, you're kind of sitting on the sidelines waiting for 9:30. And if there's a lot of movement, those spreads are wild. So you got to wait 10 to 15 minutes before you can really trade options. So the nice thing is if you see some pre-market activity and pre-market opportunity, you would be able to jump right in and trade the SPY, trade the S&P 500, but in the form of the futures contract in pre-market to take advantage of the opportunities. And where I really excelled was, scalping, right? I'm a scalper. And so I like those really short-term movements. So I actually got really good at scalping futures contracts for 5-10 points. And I worked my way up from 1 contract to 10 contracts of the micro E-mini, and then I started going into the E-mini. So every point would be $50, right? So if I made 10-point move, right? So let's say you grab this at a crack a low a day and took it down here to 39.60, that would have been a 5-point move. 1 contract would have been $250. Now, yes, it works the other way around as well. If you lose 5 points, you lose $250. So there's a lot of risk there. But it's a margin account. There's no PDT rule. There's no settlement periods. You can open up an account with as little as $500, and you could start trading the micro E-mini contracts pre-market intraday at night. Now, there's a lot more we need to talk about. There's cutoff times, there's settlement periods, there's account requirements if opening a new position during set times. So there's definitely a lot to discuss. But to keep it simple, you're still trading the SPY. You can trade /NQ if you want. Right? That's me, NASDAQ. But it gives you some flexibility there in pre-market, post-market. And if it's a choppy day today, right? You already know that trying to trade options in a choppy market like this can be hard. Because if you're off by 10, 20 minutes on a contract that expires today, let's say you're trading 0 DTE contracts, and it takes just a little bit longer to work in your favor, you take a little bit of heat, that theta eats them up. That theta really eats them up. And you don't have to worry about the theta and the Greeks with futures. It's literally $5 per point up or down on the micro E-mini. It keeps it that simple. You don't have to sit there and calculate, risk reward, calculating the theta and the delta and all that. It's pretty straightforward, and you're still trading the same chart as the SPY. Do you need a certain account value for futures? Just funded my TOS today for a small account to start playing with it. So I don't know how it works with TD as far as the requirement, but I used to use NinjaTrader. So NinjaTrader is the platform, and it's actually brokered through Phillip Capital LLC. So they're the clearinghouse, the ones that clear everything. They handle your account, but you actually trade through NinjaTrader. So I actually funded my first futures account with NinjaTrader, and I funded it with $500. And I was able to buy up to 1 E-mini contract, but I could buy up to 5 E-mini contracts. So I don't know how it works on TD, but you got to submit a futures request for futures approval. But I think it should work the same. I may look at some of their documentation and see, but with NinjaTrader, it was $500 starting balance with NinjaTrader. And personally, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be converting, not converting, but I'm going to be applying for futures approval. And I'm going to be trading more futures as well here in this current market. Futures are a great way to make some serious cash. But if you don't know what you're doing, it's a way to lose some serious cash as well. I've blown up several accounts. I've also made a lot of money in a very short period of time. So, I'm really talking to you guys that are more experienced in the market. You have, 6 months in the market, a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You know how to manage your risk. You actively trade the SPY and the Qs the way it is already. You know how they move. You've got your strategies intact. You know exactly what you're doing, and you're consistently profitable with options. This just gives you another way to make money when you can't trade options, especially like a day like today, right? Today would have been a day, in my opinion, to be looking at futures for those quick scalps, $25 here, $50 there, $25 here, $50 there, without having to worry about the theta completely killing your contracts or anything like that. And then being out of cash and having to wait until tomorrow for that cash to be settled. Again, there's no PDT rule. It's a margin account, and you don't have to worry about the settlement period either. TSL. So I don't really see anything too much with TSL. If you just look at it from like a technical perspective on TSL, you may see an upcoming bounce at 2242. That's going to be off that 20 EMA. But again, there's not a lot of data here on the stock to really suggest that that would be a bounce. And when I look at TSL, I don't see any news recently on TSL. Trina Solar, earnings were on 316. There's a big gap. So it was an IPO on the 9th or a name change. Have to do more investigation on that. But yeah, I mean, the only thing I can see at first glance from a technical perspective on, TSL, and there's not a lot of data here, like whatsoever, would be a possible bounce off that 2242. So you may want to wait for it to come down and just look at that daily chart and see if it reacts. at that 22.42 level, and if it doesn't react at all and it just kind of falls through that level, then yeah, you could probably take a put down to 20 before it has another reason to bounce and hold off that $20 psychological support level. SHPH is live and it's halted again, so IPOs are getting some action right now. You got a new IPO, SHPH, from 1360 to 6820, just went live, halted again to the upside. You still have ATXG halted to the upside, looking like the next possible HKD. We are watching GRNQ here. So if GRNQ can break over that high a day, you know, looking at that daily chart, where do we think this thing can go? Most likely $3, psychological resistance. And then probably, you know, we always look at those extremes, those spiking highs. So that spiking high from back on the 4th of August was 379. So we could see it up there, but you'd have some resistance in the way, right around like 3. Obviously, it's psychological resistance, $3. Got that lower shadow at 320. That's going to be a little level of resistance. And then just looking at some of these lower shadows, you know, like 350, 330. So if you're looking for a break and hold over 270, that's a good long up to 3. Then you'd have some resistance at 310, 320, 330. Then you could see a push to 350 and then 379. And that's going to be a very big target. And a very key level of resistance is 379 on GRNQ. But I think first things first is look to see if it can even break 270. And the reason I don't think it's going to break 270 and move higher is, what do we see here? The stock is actually ticking up, moving higher, momentum's falling. I know that we're utilizing this momentum indicator a lot for our analysis, but let's be honest, it's accurate 90% plus of the time. You know, it's kept us out of so many trades that look like they want to move higher, but we see that momentum indicator that suggests the move's not going to happen, and the stock fails. The stock dumps on down. So, you know, I do put a lot of emphasis on this indicator now. If I'm looking for a break over a high, I want to see, you know, increasing momentum or momentum holding its strength. And right now, we actually see this is fading on off as the stock's moving higher, indicating that we should see a little bit more room to the downside before maybe it sets back up for that 270 break on GRNQ. All right, so we are going to be watching GRNQ. HOUR, we can take that off the watch list. NUWE, as long as we hold VWAP and break this downtrend at 160, you can play this long to 175, 180, and 185, and then safely put a stop loss below your VWAP. And AVYA is hitting a new high a day once again. Now, we are going to experience some resistance here at 165, but if we can see a nice push above 165, we have some great potential, at least to that 50 SMA at 170, and we really want to see a nice, strong end of day. If it's going to start squeezing today, right? We entered this position yesterday. If this is going to start squeezing today for a gap up and a continuation tomorrow, what we ideally want to see is a nice increase in volume, a strong candle close, ideally right at or slightly above that 50 SMA. The last thing that we want to see is this stock right now spike to 170 and then leave a large upper shadow, right? Because that would indicate that it's not ready to squeeze. And that may cause me to exit my position or reduce my risk and look to add at a lower price, because it would continue to squeeze and consolidate the rest of this week. So it really depends on what we look like into today. Am I going to de-risk and take some size off the table? Am I looking to add to it? Am I going to hold this position, looking for that gap and go tomorrow? Really depends on what we do into the day here. And I'll let you guys know exactly what my thought process is and what I'm planning on doing here on AVYA. But right now, we're currently up, 10 cents a share. Nothing crazy. But we have so much more room to the upside. And we're starting to see that nice little squeeze start to play on out for us. All right, so again, your top stocks to be watching, really. Top stocks, GRNQ, looking to see if it sets up for us. You got NUWE. And then AVYA is slowly grinding on up, but that's more of a swing trade, not a day trade. This thing's going to just do its thing little by little. If you guys see anything that stands out to you, that you're like, hey, man, this stock is on fire, this stock looks good, let me know. We're just kind of peeking at these newer IPOs, see if they do anything. And then looking to see if GRNQ can set up for us. And then NUWE for the break of that downtrend. So while we kind of sit back, relax, let's see what the process looks like on TD Ameritrade to get futures approval. And we'll do some more live futures trading to get you guys warmed up to it. The pros and cons, the do's and don'ts. So let's go ahead and go to TD Ameritrade, and we're going to look at the option or the futures requirements with them. I've never used TD Ameritrade. I always used Ninja Trader. Go ahead and get logged in real quick. What's up, guys? ETXG is wild. ATXG is wild. Risky biscuits, but potential opportunity. Risky biscuits, but, you know, HKD was risky biscuits. You buy a share, you got to assume that you're going to go to zero on the stock tomorrow. That's got to be your attitude and your mindset when you come into a stock like ATXG, just like HKD. That if you're going to get involved in it, just assume that what you throw into that stock is going to turn into $0. If you make something, great. It's a gamble all day. You're really looking to get lucky with no skill on something like ATXG. Yo, AJ, what's up? You can't log into your ADT account on your mobile for some reason. Do we have anybody in chat right now on mobile? Are you guys having any issues? Everything's good. I mean, we have the developers behind the scenes working on some stuff. But, I mean, we have a couple of members in chat currently logged in on mobile, I believe. Again, no reports on any issues with mobile, man. So you're on mobile and iPad. Steve's on mobile and iPad. No issues with chat saying that you can't log into your ADT account from my mobile for some reason. What's going on? So you go to alphadaytrading.com. If you're on mobile, you're going to click the blue button that has like a little arrow that indicates login. It's going to take you to a login screen. Sign in with your username and password, and that's going to drop you right into the live trading room page. And then you can access chat. Now, if it says you can't log in, it's going to give you a reason. Either the username doesn't exist, maybe you're inputting the wrong username, or it's going to say password's incorrect. Then you're entering in the wrong password. You'll see a forgot password link that you could always reset your password if it's a password error. If it's a username error, try to input the email address that you signed up with as your username in place of the username with the password and see if that gets you logged in. But yeah, alphadaytrading.com, click the blue button at the top on mobile. That's going to drop you to a login page, and then you'll be able to get logged in. Here, let me see real quick. I'm going to go to alphadaytrading.com. Give me 1 second. We're not missing anything, guys. There's not a whole lot happening right now. So alphadaytrading.com. Yeah, you're right. So as they were going through, those buttons must have got taken away. So AJ, I got you covered right now temporarily until we get the developer in here tonight. So go to your browser. So go to alphadaytrading.com, AJ. Go to alphadaytrading.com. Cursor, front of app.alpha.com. Add / LO /forward app.com/login. That's the you right. Hopefully that helps. All right, guys, we got to help these members out. We got to help members out, guys. I don't think we're missing too much. MOB's getting some action right now to the upside. So SHPH went live, hit 84.70, and it's actually halted to the downside right now at this point in time. So SXTC, that's 52 new highs of the day. Let's go look at SXTC. So we do have SXTC getting some action here, guys. In the last 5 minutes, the stock's gone from 130 to 170. It's a very low float stock. It's 2 million in float. SXTC. Only 1% of the float short. I don't see any news on SXTC. Let's go check filings. Again, we got to do our due diligence. When you see a stock rip like that, you want to find out why. If there's no reason for the stock to be moving, like just let's say out of nowhere it just gets volume, which it did. Out of nowhere, the stock just gets volume. Yeah, it hit a new 52-week low today, but it hit a new 52-week low yesterday. So if there's no credible reason to back up a stock's move, you typically see those stocks being pump and dumps, right? Out of nowhere, it gets volume, and then hoorah, it rips up 37%, comes crashing back down even more. You got to find a credible reason behind these plays. SXTC. Is there any filings? We got a form SC13G on the 25th. Statement of acquisition of beneficial ownership by individuals. We had a filing there on the 25th. I don't trust it. Out of nowhere, it gets volume. I don't know. I think there's more credible opportunity out there. Obviously, MOB is still on watch. Absolutely. But when you look at MOB, yeah, you got a nice big double bottom. Came back down to that 287 level. Nice bounce. Now it's trading above that VWAP. But if you really look at the stock, what's our rule? When a stock moves more than 25 to 50 cents to the upside, without pulling back, you wait for a pullback. Right? So right now, the stock literally just went from around that $3 level up towards around $3.50 without pulling back. Got to wait for the stock to pull back. We have $3.21 support at this point in time. So we're definitely going to be watching MOB coming into the end of the day. We still have an hour to go. We just got to sit back and wait for that clean, proper setup here. And right now, there's no reason to be touching it, but it's definitely on high watch. And when we see that opportunity present itself, we're going to hit it hard and make it happen. But right now, there's nothing that I see that stands out that makes me want to get involved right now at this point in time. I don't see anything that I want to be getting involved with. And until we see a killer opportunity, you just got to sit back and relax. AJ got inside a chat. Hey, Mr. AJ. I see him typing over there. He got inside a chat. He's good to go. He is good to go, Mr. AJ. What's up, buddy? Welcome back. Hey, that's all you need, Steve. You got some price action. You got some green and red candles. How to get those profits in profits chat? I love it. Let's see those profits in profit chat, baby. I'm looking to add some to the bottom line, but if we don't see the opportunity, I'm not going to force something that's not there, and I'm going to walk away happy with a little $300 day. I'll take it. I wasn't taking big size either. I don't have a lot of commissions and fees today as far as shares. So I'd be netting right at $300. If we can add a little bit to the bottom line, let's make it happen. And there's nothing worth getting involved with right now. And the only thing I see is a little bit of this falling wedge on the Qs, which probably means we have that falling wedge on the SPY. So, I mean, you can see here that we're starting to get into this little bit of this falling wedge here on the Qs, and that could lead to a nice little push into the day. SPY, not as clear, right? Not as clear on the SPY. You got this massive, yeah, I guess you do. You got that massive downtrend. You're kind of in this little bit of a wedge too, all day on the SPY. Qs, just kind of here recently, you entered into this little bit of a wedge. It's just something worth noting. They're on the SPY and the Qs. Was wondering what your thoughts are on APRN. I'm holding it for the next few days, anticipating continued growth. I can give you what I see from a technical perspective. APRN. So the first two things I see is today a nice bounce right at your 200 SMA, and you did shoot up pretty nicely after coming down pretty darn close to that 200 SMA. But the other thing I notice is every time it tries to get above 685, it gets rejected hard. You gap up right at 265, you dump on off. A few days later, you push up, 265 high a day, you drop on off. Just here on Monday, you try to break 685, you dump on off. So one thing that's very clear, that if we come up to 685 again and we don't close above it and stay above it, you'll probably see it dump on off. But today's bounce off the 200 SMA could push it back up at least to that 685 level. And if you do get rejected, that's a profit-taking level. But if you do break and close and stay above it, then you might start to see that gap fill, right? You closed at 845, you gap down to 685. So you could probably start to get a push to like 850, the close prior to the gap down open. So that's why you have a lot of resistance. That was the gap down open right around 685. But prior to that gap down overnight, the close was at 851. So breaking over 685 and that spiking high from Monday could absolutely send the stock up to the 850s. And you do have the 200 SMA as support at this point in time. And the 200 SMA is down there at 528. Nice. Very nice. Got a quick 194.49 on AVCT. Well done, AJ. Coming on in just to throw up those profits. I love it. All right. Again, sitting back, looking to see if there's any reason to get involved here with MOB. Nothing right now. SHPH is currently halted to the downside. GRNQ is still trying to hold on up. But here's what I would do is I would wait for a break and retest over 270 just to not be the guinea pig and be buying this here and watch it dump on you. So I would really just sit back and wait for that break and retest over 270. If you guys don't know what a break and retest is, it was our call out on AVCT. Over that 40-cent level. We broke, retested, and then shot up. So wait for that break. Confirm it's a strong breakout with volume. Nice break. Wait for that pullback and retest, and then just grab your entry on the retest if you're looking at GRNQ. So I'd be looking for that break and retest over 270 before I got involved. ATXG is still... Oh, it just went live. Now it's halted at 411. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do with ATXG. Literally, if you're getting involved in this, you need to come into it with the mindset of whatever you throw at this, $100, $400, $1,000, that it's going to turn into zero the second you buy it. That's going to be your mindset. You got to be okay with just losing what you invest in something like this. It's crazy to be buying this up here at $400, but it was also crazy to be buying HKD at 1,000. Who would have thought that HKD was going to go to $2,500 from 1,000? No one thought that. Absolutely insane. These new IPOs can definitely rip and run, guys. We look like we're getting halted once again to the upside on SHPH. Ed, what are you on? What stock are you on? SHPH or ATXG? What stock are you on right now? Nice, man. So you made your plan. You left a little bit of a runner on ADCT. That one worked out for you for a decent gain. That was a great gain, man. That's $200. Right? $200 a day on average over the average 20 trading days in a month. That's $4,000. That's $48,000 a year. That's definitely not bad. Just coming in, keeping it simple, locking in a couple $100 a day, man. So good job, good work there. Because then once you can start going from 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, that's when you start hitting that six-figure goal, man. So good job. I like that. Well done. How did it feel? Building the plan, taking the trade, and just letting the thing do its thing, and then leaving a runner. How'd that feel? Did it feel better? Did it feel worse? Right? Going from, scalping to more traditional style trading. Do you do one-on-one teaching? Here very, very soon, we're going to open up our one-on-one private mentoring program to non-students. So right now, our private mentoring is excluded for students only. But here in the next probably couple of weeks to a month, we will start opening up enrollments for private mentoring to non-students. But right now, it's students only. And I'll have more details on that when we're ready to launch that in a couple of weeks, maybe a month. So you're on ATXG. So what have I taught you, Ed? What have I taught you? You know the right answer. You know the right answer, Ed. The answer is take a little bit of profit and get paid for your time, buddy. Right? Because you got to always put yourself in this kind of scenario. Think ahead and just ask yourself this one question. If ATXG gaps down, okay, and then halts to the downside, and then it opens at, say, $25. We've seen that before. We've seen massive gap downs out of halts, and then it's stuck. You may not be able to get out in time, and then it gaps down even further, and you've just given back all those gains. How would you feel knowing that you were up this much and you didn't take a single dollar from that stock? You're going to feel a little crappy, right? You're going to feel like, man, I wish I would have just done the right thing and locked in, say, 5 shares, right? You took 20 shares down there. You're up substantially. There's nothing wrong with taking 25 to 50% of your position to get paid. And then if you want to hold the rest at risk-free and see if it becomes the next HKD, 10 shares is still going to pay you big time, buddy. If this stock on half your position still goes to $1,000, do you know what that is? That's impressive. That's amazing. So do the right thing, get paid, take at least 25% of your position or 50%. And then what I would do is go risk-free on the rest. You can't lose. You're walking away with something and a pretty damn good profit if you ask me. You're going to take 5 shares up here at $500. That's $2,500. And your investment was, what, $100? So you're already getting a crazy return on your investment, and you still have 75 to 50% of your investment open on the table. And if it becomes the next HKD and hits 1,000, 2,000, you just hit a freaking home run, buddy, and you're going to get paid big time. But if it drops on off, you're not going to be upset that you gave everything back. You're still putting a pretty darn good profit in your pocket. So that's what I would be doing, man. I still have the runner working, but it felt good, just a little off my normal scalping. And so I used to trade traditionally as a new trader, and I was always struggling, and then I started scalping, and it worked well for me. I know how to trade traditionally. I know how to scalp. I prefer scalping over that traditional style of trading. You may be the opposite, right? You may have started off scalping and now you're trading more that traditional style, and it's going to feel weird, but it may be what works best for you. Or maybe you're good at both, but maybe you find out that you're better with that type of approach to the market. Everybody has their edge in the market. That could be your edge, is a lot of those what I call set it and forget it. Those traditional style trades. Not everybody can come in and scalp. It takes a different type of personality to be able to scalp compared to those slow, steady throughout the day movers. So you may be coming to find out that traditional style trading is where you excel the most. Do I have a Discord? Nope. I have a professionally developed live trading chat room and education platform. So I built a platform, and it's our trading education platform, and we have live streaming, custom chat rooms, scanners, screeners, tons of tools and resources, our video lessons library, our trading education center. It's where we house our morning stock newsletters, and it's always under development, and there's always new things being added, and we're actually getting ready to go through another round of updates and adding of some features for you guys inside of chat. So I'm excited for that update. So it's 1,000 times better than Discord. That's all I can say. Everybody knows Discord. Everybody's like, all right, so you don't have Discord, you have this platform. Can you compare it? There's no comparison whatsoever. Our platform is 1,000 times better than Discord. That's why I took the time and spent the capital to develop our own platform versus taking the cheap and easy route and opening up a Discord or going to Zoom like some people do. But guys, don't think that we're missing opportunities. Okay, I'm still out here looking. Trust me, I want to add some profits to the bottom line as well. I want to add some profits to that bottom line. And right now you got SHPH moving on up once again, but this is a risky biscuit stock, ladies and gentlemen, but it is live right now at this point in time, but she is a risky biscuits. Do we get risky biscuits on the last day of the month? Do I just go all out and drop a G at this? Oh my goodness. Woo! Yeah, if I had that kind of money to just let vanish and disappear, I'd throw $1,000 at it, but watch it go down to like $50. Just go click that link in my bio. Go to where it says join the team. That's going to take you to AlphaDayTrading.com. You can check out the website, check out what we do, who we are, what makes us different. And then when you're ready, go over to that memberships tab, select a membership, go ahead and sign up, and that's going to drop you into the platform. And then you get full access to everything that members get access to. Look at those spreads, though, on SHPH. We got $10 spreads on SHPH. So this is going to be a super tough one to even think about getting involved with. The second you get in, you're down $8 a share. Unless you can get filled on the bid and out at the ask, you got $8, $10 spreads here on SHPH. That's a 10% spread, guys. That's a big spread. I know we're still watching GRNQ, but it's really struggling at this 270 level. If you ever start to see a crack of that trend line, she could definitely start to dump on off here a little bit. So not too much happening there. You know, NUWE still has potential, but it needs to break the downtrend first before you think about getting involved. I would not anticipate this trade. I like to anticipate trades a lot, but based on this price action and this movement, I would not anticipate the trade. I would actually wait for a breakout to make sure it's going to break out first and not just continue to fade and fall the rest of the day. But definitely watch NUWE. If we start to break this downtrend and start to push over a prior high, in this case, breaking over that 159 and the downtrend above 150 and above this VWAP, you can definitely get long, put your stops under the prior swing low, and then look at all of your lower highs as profit-taking levels. And that's how you can get away with trading in UWE at the break of that downtrend over the prior high. Once again, stop under the previous swing low. And then all of these lower highs are going to be areas that you need to be watching to see, is there a lot of resistance here? Should I be looking to lock in profits? Or Do we have more buyers than sellers? Is it going to continue to squeeze to the upside? But those could be your potential targets all the way back up to high a day. No, so everything is exclusive to members. So the only stream that we do is our free stream Wednesday. So I go live on Wednesdays all day for free over on YouTube. But other than that, everything is premium for members inside of chat as far as streams and chat rooms and our trading education center. John Boy saying Discord is chaos. It is. Discords are chaotic. So 1 year breaks down to what, like $80 a month billed yearly? So it's like $86 per month, but it's billed yearly, and it also comes with a huge discount on the course and a free mentoring session with me as well. So right now, guys, I'm really wanting to take a trade. Don't get me wrong. I want to get involved in something. I want to make money. But the way we make money is by taking the best trades. Not looking to make money, but looking to take the best of the best setups, knowing that the money will follow. And right now, do you guys see anything that really stands out saying, trade me at this point in time? I don't see anything at this point in time. We've already dissected all of our top gainers for the day. We've been looking at the SPY and the Qs. And we're starting to really slow down a little. I mean, the Qs did break out of that wedge. So we are starting to see a little bit more action here with the Qs. So maybe we can get something going with the SPY and the Qs end of the day, guys. Maybe this is where our opportunity is, because let's be honest, we look at some of these small caps, you know, there's just not a lot to base a trade off of. Who's getting involved with SHPH? I'm not touching it. GRNQ looks like it wants to crack on down, and it's not shortable. NUWE, you got a plan built, but you got to wait for that break of the downtrend. AVYA is our swing trade, and we're not doing anything else with it at this point in time. So honestly, the best of the best opportunity may be here with just the SPY and the Qs end of the day. I don't know. BIAF was supposed to open a week and a half ago. Not last Friday, but the Friday before, and it still hasn't gone live for some reason. They keep postponing that one. So every day, BIAF gets postponed. It was supposed to IPO like 2 weeks ago, and it hasn't. So we'll just have to see the day that BIAF goes live for the IPO. I did look at SPCB earlier, and I really didn't see too much that stood out to me with SPCB. We're already kind of filling that gap at 40 cents. I just don't see a lot of upside potential. And intraday volume makes this thing really challenging. So not really seeing too much with these small caps at this point in time. Definitely things are slowing down, but we are starting to warm back up a little bit here with the SPY and the Qs. Let's see if we get a setup here to lock in some profits into the day, guys. We just broke out of that falling wedge on the Qs. And we did the same thing here with the SPY. We broke out of that falling wedge. We have support on the SPY back down at 396.11. Want to see a possible pullback into that 396.11. Get that higher low push. And then the Qs maybe back down to like that 299.86. You pretty much call it $300 as far as support goes. Go ADT. I love it, Steve. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Probably at, what, 5 a.m. You and Sturbin in here early, but I'll see you at 7 a.m., buddy. Have a great night. Take care. Good job today. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning. MEGL is still edging higher. So I would say the reason that MEGL is starting to move higher is because we have these two new IPOs that are starting to move on up here a little bit. So what are some other stocks that could potentially start to move? Some of those other prior IPOs that we're aware of. FRZA. Do we see FRZA moving? Nope. GCT. Just curious to look at some of these other newer IPOs. MOB was already moving today. PXMD was another one that was moving on up. Not doing anything today. BRSH, I think IPO'd yesterday. ONFO was one last Friday. TGL was another one. Nope, but you got MEGL starting to move on up a little bit. Go ahead and check out MEGL. Yeah, that's everything we look at. It's like it's coming right into resistance. 813 resistance here on MEGL. That was our low at 813 before that nice bounce. And that was also the 50 SMA. So we may see it reject off 813 and pull back a little bit more. It's definitely worth watching to see if it does squeeze above 813, because if it does, that's when we could see $10 on MEGL. But first things first, let's see if we can even break above 813 first. So we'll keep that on watch above 813, see if it can break above. MOB is still squeezing on up. It has 368 resistance at this point in time over on MOB. And I'm personally watching the Qs and the SPY. I think the Qs and the SPY could provide us with some of the better opportunity here towards the end of the day. Obviously, some of these newer IPO stocks like MEGL, definitely on watch. MOB came down really choppily, very in a choppy fashion to that VWAP, and it did bounce on back up, but it's leaving you a lot of these upper shadows. So it's very, very just all over the place right now. MEGL seems much cleaner. So I'd be actually looking at MEGL over MOB. Looking to see if MEGL can break and stay above that 813 mark. And then looking for that pullback for a possible long opportunity here on the SPY and the Qs. So, you know, the SPY back down at 396. 20 would be a good support level. You got your low, your lower low. You broke back above that old support resistance level. Could definitely turn back into support and give us a nice higher low formation for a nice higher low push back up to 398. So we could possibly see a nice little $1.80 push into the end of the day here on the SPY if we hold above 396.20. So I'd be looking for a possible entry on the SPY at 396.20 for that higher low push into the VWAP. So we'll see if that one can hold above 396.20. And if so, we can definitely be looking for some entries right around that level and maybe let it breathe, you know, $1 with potential to make $1.80 to the upside. I'd be watching NUWE. If you like NUWE and you think it has potential, you could start to break that 158 level as well as that trend line, and you are holding above that VWAP. Looked like you were going to lose it there momentarily, but it got back up, got bought back up pretty strong there, back above that 150. And that VWAP at 154. So if you start to see that volume move on in here to NUWE, like you are starting to kind of see right now, breaking that downtrend and breaking that prior lower high at 158, that's your entry with stops under VWAP, stops under that prior swing low. We could definitely see that action back up to 175, 180, and then 185 here on NUWE. I have no idea what the SPY is going to do tomorrow, guys. No one knows where the SPY is going to be at tomorrow. It's just a guess. All right, what if there's a headline or something that really spoofs the market? The market could gap down and drop big. You don't know. What if there's a headline or something said that the markets like? The markets could gap up or they could remain neutral. So We'll have a better sense of direction tomorrow in pre-market to see what kind of day we can expect. But trying to gauge what's going to happen tomorrow today with not that much data, it's pretty challenging, and you're just really taking a stab at it. We want to make a more well-rounded, educated decision, and we could definitely do that tomorrow, depending on how we move tonight into tomorrow in pre-market. Yeah, what about next year? Yeah? What about next year? What do I think the SPY's going to be doing next year? I love you, Magic. What's up, buddy? What's up, man? Next year, I'm going to be like your typical analyst on CNBC and say, we got a next year target of $5,822.18 on the S&P 500 on this exact date. Why is that your target? Well, yeah, that's just what we... yeah, okay. You don't even know what the market's going to do tomorrow. As a day trader, I want to make a well-rounded decision, and I want to have data to back up my thesis. And right now, to sit here and try and build a plan for tomorrow, I have no idea where the market's even going to open. But in pre-market tomorrow, I'll be able to get a sense of direction based on pre-market action, based on what's in the news and the headlines, and we can make a well-rounded decision at that point in time and see what's going on. Hey, dude, that's amazing. Finished your month, 50 trades. You got 47 wins. Best month I've had win rate-wise. That's an amazing win rate. Well above 90%. Well done. That's absolutely amazing. Good job. All right, MEGL is breaking that 813, guys. It should definitely be on watch now over 813. MEGL is starting to break that 813 level. Why is 813 a key level? It's your 50 SMA, and it's also that daily low before the gap up and that big time rip. So 813 was a key level to see MEGL getting above, and MEGL right now is starting to break that 813. So we start to see a pullback here on MEGL into that 813 level. I would be looking for a possible little entry down around 813 for the next leg up. We have room to 998, $10. I'm going to take MLB off the watch list. I'm also going to be taking GRNQ off that watch list. NUWE, there's potential. Keep it on watch. I don't want to miss the opportunity on the SPY and the Qs if we get it. But right now, MEGL is starting to break on out. We just hit 870. Let's get a nice little pullback and look for a nice entry here on MEGL, guys. This could be a nice little trade to end our day. But right now, we got to sit back and wait to see what this thing's going to do. I would say between 8 and 813 for a dip buy. I should have not done legs today. My legs are jello-y. I trade on the 1, 3, and the 5 minute. So I get multiple time frame confirmation on the 1, 3, and a 5. If I'm scalping, I'll look at a 1 minute. If I'm looking at dip buys, I'll look at the 1 minute. If I'm looking at a bigger setup, something that has potential to really move big, I'll look at the 1, 3, and the 5 minute and try and get multiple time frame confirmation that suggests a move in my direction. Right now, if we're looking to scalp MEGL, I'm on a 1 minute right now. Looking for that dip buy opportunity here on MEGL. So I like how even along this pullback, momentum's still ticking higher. So momentum looks great on MEGL. We just need to see it pull back a smidge more for us to get those entries for that bounce. And once we get that bounce, we can see traders jumping on in for that push higher. So I want to see where it's going to come down before it bounces. And that's when we can see that bounce, and then traders jump right back in for the next leg on up. MEGL is the one stock that we're watching right now at this point in time. And then we need to go look at AVYA in the last 5 to 10 minutes of the day to see how we need to manage that swing trade. Are we going to continue to hold? Are we going to go ahead and, add? Am I going to add? Am I going to de-risk a little bit? How am I going to manage that swing trade? We'll definitely be taking a look at AVYA here into the day, guys. Yeah, sometimes brokers step in and limit the types of orders that you can send out. So really volatile stocks, TOS may come in and say, "Yep, no market orders, limit only," which you can replicate, I guess, a market order by using limits. Right? If you were to buy at $10 right now, it's not going to fill you at $10. It's going to fill you at the closest ask. So you can just create yourself a $2 spread to the upside and the downside, one for buy, one for sell. It's limit, but that's going to, in a sense, simulate a market order so you can get in and out quick on something like MEGL. Just create yourself a spread, $2 up, $2 down, or $1. Dollar up, dollar down, one for buy, one for sell, and that's going to put you right at the bid or the ask. Yeah, absolutely, Greg, 100%. That's how I trade in pre-market. To get in and out quick in pre-market. I'm a little torn here on MEGL. I like the 816 dip buy. We can come as low as 803. Come as high as 827. We're starting to get that drop. We're starting to get that pullback. I definitely want to get involved for the dip buy, but it's got like the absolute best entry. The lower the better. So like $8 is great, but I don't know if it's going to make it back down to $8. I mean, $8 looks great, but it could bounce off that 816, which is your 50 SMA. We get $8, I'm all in. Well, not all in, but you already know what I mean. I'm definitely going to take that trade at $8 on the dip buy if we get it. But you just came down to the 816 level. That was your 50 SMA there. And you're starting to see a little bit of a bounce. There's just a large window of where this thing could bounce at. Off those highs at 830 or off that lower shadow from that hiccup candle right at $8. Obviously, $8 looks better. It's your prior high. It's your hiccup candle low. And it's $8 psychological support. It also lines up with that low of day before that big gap up and that big squeeze. So let's see if we get a nice little dip buy at $8 here on MEGL for a quick little scalp, and then we'll hold a little bit for that potential follow through to see if we push really strong off that $8 level. One piece of advice. Okay, I don't really give advice that much, but here's the advice I'm going to give. All right. You ever go to the gym midday? Don't drink your carb-packed protein shake after the gym. Drink it before the gym. Okay. Especially if you're going to come back into the market. My goodness. Got like 266 grams of carbs in me, and I feel like I'm ready for a nap. All right, let's see if we get that $8 dip buy here on MEGL. Halt level right now is 771. We haven't really seen a lot of great dip buys today, though. That's the one thing that I'm thinking about as the stock is dumping on off, is we really haven't seen fantastic dip buys in the market the last 2 days. Yeah, it's not the carbs. It's the slow market. Hey, man, you could be right on that. You could be 100% right. There's your 396.20 on the SPY. That was our pullback level on the SPY. I'm really interested in this. I think we can see a nice push off 396.20. You can put stops below 396, and we're looking for a VWAP target here end of the day, guys. In the next 40 minutes, looking for a 396.20 bounce, which we just got, and we're looking for buyers that continue to move on in up to that VWAP. That's about $2 away from that 396 entry over on the SPY. So it looks like it wants to stay above that 816. And again, obviously the lower the entry, the better for those dip buys. I was a little torn between those two levels, $8 or 830. We're right in the middle at that 50 SMA of 816, and it looks like it decided off 816. So currently not in MEGL, as I was looking for that drop down to the $8 area, like to the penny for the dip buy. We may still get it. You could see one big nasty red candle right here. But we're already bouncing off that 816. That could have been our low. We could start squeezing back up. So, again, full disclosure, guys, I'm not in MEGL. I'm really sitting back waiting for the absolute best of the best of the best of the best opportunity. And right now, I'm not seeing the best of the best of the best of the best opportunity. I missed my SPY trade. The SPY, I was definitely interested in it at that 396.20 level, but it's already moved up almost $1 from that entry, so you can't be touching it now. You'd be scaling out now. We may get one more opportunity here on the SPY. And if we get one more opportunity on the SPY, I'm taking it. And we may have something here on the Qs as well. Which means we'd have something on SQQQ. Let's see what we have coming on up. That may be the way to end our day out, is with the SPY and the Qs, guys. But then I'm also looking at MEGL. So got the SPY and the Qs on high watch. We still may have another opportunity if you didn't get the first trade. And then we have MEGL for the $8 bounce. Then a break of this downtrend for some end-of-day action. Just got back at the end of the day. Noticed AVYA popped. I get in at 142. Is the target still around 165? Yes. First target on AVYA is going to be that 165 level. All right. And then it's going to be your 50 SMA. But for the squeeze formation, we just want to see the squeeze take place. It really depends on what we do end of the day, how we're going to manage this trade into tomorrow and the rest of the week. But it's looking really great for the swing trade. It really is. But yeah, if you want to do, you want to scale out at 165, 170, it's not a bad idea. I'm not going to personally. I'm looking for that squeeze. I'm going to take my risk on the trade and look for that squeeze because that's the type of move I'm anticipating and expecting out of AVYA. But if you want to play it safe and secure profits, which is never a bad idea, 165 and 170, then $2 here on AVYA. But I'm personally looking for the big move out of it. 25% of the stocks float short, moving average squeeze. I like these, and I know what to expect. The last one we took was exceptional on ATR last year. And this stock did exactly what we'd expect. And it squeezed big. And so I'm expecting the same thing out of AVYA because it's meeting a lot of the same criteria as far as a nice big squeeze to the upside. Beautiful formation on the daily. I mean, it's absolutely exceptional. It looks fantastic. Nothing wrong with it at all. And then we do have 25% of the stocks float short. So I'm looking for that squeeze to fill the gap to 2. And if we get enough buying pressure here, we could see 264 on AVYA. But at any point in time, we see the slowdown, we see it dropping, we see anything that we don't like, then I'll be out of it and I'll secure profits along the way. But I'm going to actively manage the swing trade. And if we look good, I'm going to hold. At any point in time, we look like we're showing weakness, I'll start getting out. But if we show strength, I'm going to hold into the strength. And so far, we look really nice today. We look really good. Well, you're closing in on target on the SPY from 396.20. You're about 50 cents away. So right now, it's all MEGL. But MEGL is taking a little bit of heat around $8. Nice, Corey. You grabbed that? I'm glad someone did. I'm still figuring out how to balance the alerts, the commentary, and my own trading, but I'm doing just fine. I like it. A lot of missed opportunities, but as long as you guys are seeing what we're seeing and you're breaking everything down and doing your own due diligence and building a plan and you're taking some of these setups, good job. That was a nice trade on the SPY. That was a nice little break and retest there for that higher low push. And you got almost your target. You got about $1.50 out of it. That was a pretty decent trade. I liked it. That's still good. Yeah, you got in right to the penny on that secondary candle with higher volume. Well done, man. Well done. I'm glad that someone pulled the trigger on that. That was a nice clean trade. Right? You just had prior support at, 396.20. You cracked it. You broke above it and you're just pulling back for the retest. So you're looking for the break and retest for that higher low push. And where's the most logical area for this to go? The VWAP. So we knew we had 2 points to the upside and you could have risked up to $1 and had a really nice trade plan here. And it worked out beautifully. I mean, literally to the penny. MEGL's below 8. SHPH is still halted at this point in time. NUWE, this is why we're not anticipating this type of trade, because of the price action leading up to the break of the downtrend. And it was a good idea to not anticipate this one. It never broke. We never had entries. I want to see AVYA with a strong finish. We are coming into the end of the day. We got about 14 minutes to go. If AVYA has a strong finish near 165, I'm not doing anything. I'm holding the swing trade. If we start to look like we're going to have a strong finish, but we see a lot of selling towards the end of the day, I may de-risk a little bit as we're not ready for the squeeze. I may take half my position off the table and re-add back down around the 120s, 130s to bring my cost basis down, assuming it still looks good. Really depends on how we finish with AVYA on how I proceed with that swing trade, guys. But if we close at 165 or right at 170, we could definitely see it gap up above that level and just start taking off tomorrow because we have an open window to the upside above 165, 170. So far, so good. It's working on out slow and steady. No trades for me into the day. Simply because there wasn't, just that killer opportunity that we were looking for. We still may have something on MEGL, but we're getting really close into the end of the day here, Dot. Getting really close into the end of the day here. Did you hit target? Yep, you hit target. You got within 20 cents. You hit target at VWAP. Qs, same thing. You hit target up towards around VWAP. Wow, what a massive gap down. SHPH was halted at like 68, opened at 50. Now we're halted to the downside at 45. Woo! All right, let's take another screenshot. And we're going to add this to the folder labeled, Why You Don't Chase Stocks. Go ahead and put that right in here. Do not chase stocks. We got 5 examples now of why you don't chase stocks, guys. Good job, Corey. Nice. Out of those SPY calls, decent little base hit. Congrats. You got your target. Right before it started to give a lot back, you were within 15 cents a target. You know, you got really close to VWAP, but that was your target there, guys. Good job. Nice little base hit to end your day. Congrats. That's a good base hit, man. That's a good base hit. Quick little $100. $100 in what? Maybe 30 minutes? That's not bad. Right? $200 an hour? I'll take it. That's a good paying job right there. I'm not really seeing too much, guys. I was really looking forward to a hot power hour, looking forward to locking in some more profits and ending the month extremely strong, but ending the month profitable is all that matters. So we still came in. We made it happen. We ended the month on a good, positive note. Bigger profits would have been really nice, but hey, green, and green is good. So congratulations to everybody that came inside a chat today. Prepared, focused, ready to make it happen. And congrats to those of you ending the month strong with some great profits. We got tomorrow and Friday, but do expect to see some slowness tomorrow, guys. Why would we see maybe slow market conditions tomorrow and most definitely Friday? I always like to ask you guys some challenging questions. What do we got coming on up that could cause the market to slow down tomorrow and definitely Friday? Holiday weekend, exactly, guys. Right? Holiday on Monday. So traders are going to be really slowing back on Friday. We could see that trickle into tomorrow a little bit. That's definitely a possibility. So come in tomorrow with the mindset of it's Friday. And trade tomorrow like you would trade a typical Friday. And trade Friday even safer because typically you get a lot of lack of volume around big holidays like this. This is a big holiday. So it's definitely going to take some volume away. This mic stinks. Ooh. So yeah, guys, we're all set, ready to rock. We got about 8 minutes to go. Gonna cover this thing up. That's stinky. I've been talking it all the time. It got Josh breath on it. Woo. So AVYA is trying to go for a decent little close here. I mean, not strong, but decent. You know, you are seeing some action and some increased volume into the end of the day. And if we have a strong finish, I'm not touching the swing trade. I'm riding it. And I would expect to see some possible movement here in after hours tomorrow. Maybe a little bit of gap up in pre-market. And then we see a nice little gap and go tomorrow. We'd have to get the gap and go. Just so you guys know, to get the gap and go, we'd have to open above the 50 SMA, right? 50 SMA is at 170. So in order to get that gap and go, we would have to open above 170 to get that push to 2. If we open underneath 170 or 165, we could see it back down into the 120s. And if that's the case, I may de-risk, right? Take some of my position off the table, expecting it to come back down and then still add if it's intact. So that's how I'm going to manage this trade on AVYA for the swing. Yeah, Steve, that's good insight. Absolutely. You know, school's back in, summer break's done. You should see some volume returning here in September, but historically, September is the worst performing month for the S&P 500. So keep that in mind as well, is that if you go back to the inception of the S&P 500, historically, Septembers are the worst performing months. But again, you're in a completely different market right now. You can't just base that alone on the market's going to be red, but it's something to be mindful of that typically Septembers are bad performing months. They're decent for small caps. I remember last September it was on fire. October it starts slowing down. November it's like, what? Where'd everybody go? But Septembers are typically really good months for small caps. But at the same time, August is usually a really slow month for small caps. And August has been pretty hot. August has been on fire. So this has been a different year. So we may see complete crap show in September. But we'll have to just play it one day at a time. When there's opportunity, guys. That's it. I am liking this nice volume finish on AVYA. I'm really liking how we're starting to finish here. Now, we got 5 minutes to go. Anything can happen in the next 5 minutes. But so far, we came down close to our 20 EMA. We bounced. We completely ate up yesterday's red day. We have an increase in volume. We see a little bit more volume moving in towards the end of the day, maybe indicating that traders are jumping in anticipation of a move higher into tomorrow for that swing trade off that setup. So I'm really still interested in holding that position on AVYA. I don't want to add to it, but I'm tempted to add to it because I like this setup. I think there's great potential here, but I already have a nice position. I don't need to be more aggressive, just in case it doesn't work out. I don't want to double down on my risk. But it's very tempting because this is really nice so far. It's looking pretty good. So we still got 5 minutes. Anything can happen, but so far it looks good, and I'm not going to be touching this whatsoever. Seeing a nice little end-of-day dumperooski here on the Qs. Starting to come on back down a little bit on the SPY as well. I was really looking forward to an end-of-day trade, guys, but let's see if that swing trade plays on out. That'll be a nice way to start the month. Waking up tomorrow, seeing that stock at $10. Feel fantastic, wouldn't it? We'll probably see ATXG go live here in after hours, and it probably won't budge until tomorrow. Like HKD, it didn't budge pre-market, post-market. It just went live the next day and started to rip again. So remember HKD that ripped to $2,500? It didn't do anything in pre-market and post-market. We may see the same thing on ATXG. Not a lot of action or any action here in after hours, but it will be live here in after hours. It's a LULD halt, limit up, limit down, halt due to volatility. So you will see it live here in after hours, but don't expect to see too much. That's the bad news. And the good news is supernovas. I'm excited, man. I'm ready. We need some big hitters, guys. Breaking a little bit of a red streak. Coming back, pretty good. I feel pretty good about the bounce back, the comeback, a little bit of a readjustment. And I'm ready to just kick off September, guys, and let some of this momentum bleed into September and just have a rock and roll kind of end of year, guys. In the next 4 months on a strong note. Anything could happen in the next 4 months, but I'm ready to make it happen with you guys. I'm excited. So you log all your trades in Excel on a monthly basis. Monthly tabs, nice. So with that swing trade on AVYA, would I log this when I take profit so it would go in September numbers or in August when I bought it? Johnny, that's just really personal preference. There's no right or wrong answer with that. But I would log it when I take profits. That's how I do it, is when I'm out of the trade, which I barely swing trade. But I log my trades when I exit the trade, not when I enter the trade for my day trades. I would probably do the same thing with the swing trade, as I would log this when the trade is closed, and then go back and recap the trade, the entry, the date you entered, the price, and then the date you closed it, the price you closed it, your profit, the reasonings, and then go through your log like you should. But again, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just personal preference at the end of the day. Exactly. Yep. 100%. So, so far, so good. You're in the final minute on AVYA. So far, so good. It would look 1,000 times better if it were to close at 165. If it were to close right at or slightly above 165, 170, which you're asking for a lot in the next minute, but that would look fantastic. I would be tickled to death. I would feel really confident about this trade. I already feel super confident, but my confidence level would go from here to here. Because that would be a super strong close, and that would give us, a good indication of a possible gap up and a nice little push out of the gate tomorrow, where you can just scale out a little bit. So let's see how the final 28 seconds is. Let's see, guys. So far, we're holding relatively well. You got a lot of selling right there at 159, though. Look at that. You got 300,000 shares being unloaded at 159. 300,000 shares of this stock being unloaded at 159 at this point in time. So we want to keep this on high watch maybe the first 15, 30 minutes at the end of the day to see if it has any kind of like crazy drop or anything like that. Because if it starts looking pretty nasty, we may start, reconsidering the swing. But so far, so good. Nice close. And we'll see what we look like the first 15, 30 minutes here in after hours. And then we'll wake up tomorrow, see what we look like. And we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Nice close today, though. Nice close. I'm feeling pretty good about the swing. All right, so that's the end of the day, guys, but we're going to stick around and see what we got here in after hours. Sometimes we got some great opportunity in after hours. Let's go ahead and load up those post-market scanners. Do we have any good earnings tonight, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just going to start talking like that. It sounds better. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to ADT Nation 105.5, The Alpha. It is Wednesday, August 31st. We got C3.ai earnings tonight. Got Otaka? You don't really have any big earnings tonight. You got C3.ai. You got 5 below. Tomorrow's a good day in pre-market. Campbell's, Hormel. And then Thursday night, you got Lululemon. Lululemon. You said it's almost at a daily goal of $75 for me. Nice, man. So one thing that we have to do differently with day trades and swing trades is how we manage those trades and the risk. Because, Johnny, if you would have taken a stop on that trade, just to put this in perspective, where was your stop loss? Was it the same stop loss as me below that 20 EMA? I know you had the same stop. So if you take profits at 165, you hit your daily goal. But if you would take a stop loss, you would lose, what, like $100? So if you were to take this swing trade 100 times, and it was right 50% of the time and wrong 50% of the time, but you lock in your profits way ahead of the squeeze, you're always going to find yourself probably breaking even. So we got to be consistent. So on this particular strategy, I will risk the full amount, and I will look for that squeeze, because I know when that squeeze occurs, it's a big time squeeze, and I have realistic targets overhead to make this a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1 target. So you just got to stay consistent with your swings. For example, if this was a 50% win rate strategy, which it's not, it's higher than that, you still have to be okay with holding on to that trade, especially if it looks strong. Obviously, don't be greedy. Taking profits along the way is good, but don't prematurely take profits on a stock that's not showing weakness, right? This is not a day trade. This is a swing trade, right? If this is a day trade on a penny stock, we're going to take profits into strength, but we're not really looking at the intraday movement. We're looking at the daily movement. As long as the daily is intact and the daily looks strong, we want to hold into strength on these swing trades, right? Because the last thing that I want to do is if, like, for example, my risk on this trade was at 119. If I would have gotten stopped out, let's just say it was $300. But if I take profit 165, I'm going to make probably $300, $250. If I did that consistently on all of these types of swing trades with a 50% win rate, it doesn't even make sense to take these trades in the first place. So I have to be willing to take the loss and risk that set amount on the trade, but also be willing to play that daily chart. And as long as it's intact and it shows strength, be patient with it, right? A little bit of a different mindset, being patient with it and holding into strength versus selling into strength, especially on something like AVYA for the swing trade. Hopefully that makes sense as far as how we kind of have to differentiate how we approach our day trades compared to swing trades and the different types of strategies, all that. But again, it's not a bad idea to scale out and lock in some profits if you want. PSTG's moving on up here a little bit. PSTG with earnings. The stock's going from around 29 to 31. That's a good approach too. Just putting in what you're willing to lose. Yeah, that's your max risk. I like it. Yeah, I used to swing trade the way I would day trade. It was never consistent, so I had to completely adjust the way I would swing trade setups and stocks compared to my day trading. And by making that slight adjustment with my time horizons and the duration that I hold and just playing the daily chart and holding into strength, if I see the strength, it's given me bigger payouts more consistently. Yeah, I've taken some big losses, but those payouts, I'm letting the stock make their move that I'm expecting to make, and the ones that make those moves and they pay out, they're big time profits, which completely eat up those losses. I mean, what was the last swing trade that we took together? I don't remember which one it was. It was like 2 months ago. But I was very tempted to sell it that day, and I said, no, that was not my plan. There's no sign of weakness. I need to hold into the strength. It gapped up, and it ripped another $1 the next day. And that's how you stay on that winning side. Why is it so hot in this office? I feel like there's a drat, like a window's open or something. Got all this hot air coming out here for some reason. Just hot. Oh. That would be why. That would make sense why it's hot. Need to put a weather strip up there. I'm going to go to Home Depot. All right, guys. You got PSTG moving on up a little bit. PSTG off earnings, guys. So Q3 2023 revenue. We need is Q2 EPS. 3 cents. Sales were 646 million. That was a beat over 634. So a decent little beat there on Q2 revenue. Q3 2022, 670 versus the 650 estimate. So you do have some action with PSTG. Just looking at some of these most up and most down. ARCT, the stock is moving a little bit. They announced a $63 million award from the U.S. government to support the development of self-amplifying mRNA vaccine for rapid pandemic influenza response. So ARCT announcing that they were awarded $63 million from the U.S. government to support the development of self-amplifying mRNA vaccine for rapid pandemic influenza. So that's going to be on ticker ARCT. NTNX is ripping. NTNX. Starting to rip on up a little bit. We got earnings here. NTNX. This thing's going from around 1730 to 1973. So stocks moving on up with earnings. You have NTNX, PSTG. ARCT was awarded that government contract for around $60 million. So you got 3 stocks doing well right now. You got ARCT number 1. That stock's up about $1 after the close. NTNX. The stock is up about $1.50 after the close. And then you have PSTG. This stock is up about $2. Both PSTG was an earnings play, NTNX was earnings, and then ARCT was the government contract that it's pretty stagnant. It's not doing all that much. ISPO is up 6%, nothing there. CAAP is capping. Woo! $9,898. Oh, what? Dude, that is amazing, Ed. That's amazing. Yeah, that's the next HKD, baby. Closes at 656, squeezes up to $1,000 in after hours. That's the next HKD. You made $9,000. What was your investment? You had 20 shares? You had like a $300 investment, and you locked in $9,898. Yo, that's an amazing trade. That's amazing stuff. That's good. That hypes me up. I'm taking a share. I'm taking a share. HKD all the way, babe. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end our sesh. Good job and good work, ladies and gentlemen. Way to come in. Way to crush it today. Profits on profits on profits. Wicked Trader locking in $100. Corey 151. AJ 194. Rodney 58. Kits King 104. Angela 16. George $100. One Tall Cool One locking in $15. Joey on a small account. Good job. Mr. Tyler in and out before the halt there on NUWE. You got Catherine at 582. Johnny up over $100 on the day. I'm locking in 316.39. At least we have some profits inside of chat. End of the month, guys. Way to come in. Way to hit it hard. Way to make it happen. Yeah. I'm going to just take one share of every IPO until it goes to $1,000. Now, you might lose $13 here and $50 there, but the one that pays off, you got 2 G's, baby. Let's go. Let's roulette this, right? Out of the next 35 IPOs, I'm buying one share because one's going to hit and it's going to pay me 36-1 or whatever the payout is on roulette. Make you want to go to the casino, guys. I'm out. I'm going to the casino. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to take my $300 and put it on 21. 21. All right, if you have any final questions, please let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and end commentary. Live stream's up till 7 o'clock p.m. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll, and we'll see what we have in store for tomorrow at the start of September. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new month full of brand new opportunities. 35-1. I was close. I love roulette. I do well at roulette. I always win for some reason. I'm going to have to take a power nap. Johnny, not if it's 0 and 00. It's less than 35-1. All the noise comes from the craps table. I don't even know how to play craps. Seems like a pretty crappy game. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Have a good night. As you guys can tell, I'm getting a little tired. You know, freaking 300 grams of carbs and a freaking protein shake will do it to you. All righty. All right, guys, enjoy your night. I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Start a pre-market, brand new month, brand new opportunities. All right, see you back here at 7 a.m. Let's make sure we get prepared. Let's rock and roll and start the month off strong. Again, we do have a holiday on Monday, so do expect some slow action over the next couple of days. Not saying it's going to be slow. I'm just saying expect it. Come in with the mindset of it's a Friday. You want to trade like it's a Friday, lock in those profits, make that money, start off the month strong, guys. Enjoy your evening. I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Everybody already hit me with it in 3, 2, 1. Woo! Have a good night, traders. Once again, good job, good work. If you need me, you know where to find me. Drop me a message here inside the chat or shoot me an email. Have an amazing night. Take care. I'll see you back here, 7 a.m. See you guys.
Yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder.
wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. When it hurts like this, we climb the greatest heights, jump down and have a fight, and that's all we'll ever like. But that can never change my mind. When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, it's uneasy. I wouldn't have it another way. There's no other way. When it hurts like this, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, when it hurts like this, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, when it hurts like this. We hold each other high, but we fall 1,000 times. But I'd never say goodbye or ever leave this stuff behind. When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, it's uneasy. I wouldn't have it another way. There's no other way. When it hurts like this, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, ever like, I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the Tahoe closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word.
'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're feeling nervous. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're feeling nervous. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Yeah. Did it die? Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Wait. Did it die? Wait. Did it die?
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't, of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict. I'm a low life, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting. Don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored. Careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. decide to let you
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet. I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is up. of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. Sometimes I feel that my luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. Conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights. Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Thought you'd call, but you didn't, so I'm sitting here. Thought I heard my phone ring, but it disappeared. Guess I'm just losing my mind again. I tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sung its teeth in, and its mind has got me thinking. Sick and tired of feeling, so sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. 'Cause it always comes back again, and I'm not even gonna pretend that it's okay. Constantly putting bad thoughts on replay. I really don't like living life this way, but I know that these things will never change. Tell myself to breathe in, but the darkness sun gets deep in, and its mind has got me thinking. So sick and tired of dreaming, 'cause I always wake up. Sick and tired of believing that this pain will never end. Oh, I've had enough. I've had enough. Here we go again. You're my enemy. You're my
Why didn't I know from the very start? Oh, you left me here just to fall apart. If I wrote you a letter, would I have a chance? Would you read my letter if I had it sent? If I wrote you a
Just give me what I want, baby. Can you give me what I need? Just give me what I want. Just give me what I want. Give me what I'm looking for.
When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. When I'm lonely in the dark, I know you are with me, yeah. Don't you see that I need you so much? Don't you see that I love you so much? Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, darling, I need your love.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of yesterday. Harder. I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my style. Darling, where were you
our heart was on the ground. I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stands still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Oh, wait, I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired yesterday.
Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the tunnel closest starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I laid awake just begging to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I don't wanna say goodbye. My love, I'm gone. I need to be strong. The darkness had tried to swallow me. Some things I fall, but I hear your call. I pray I don't hit the ground. Gravity. 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 Gravity.
I was angry before,
town. I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Kissed your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
And I've been chilling, watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chilling, kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up
see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. Now you're dealing in diamonds. Don't you see that I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, you are getting everything. 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining? 'Cause when you're with me, baby, don't you see I'm shining?
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. 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 Look, if you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out. I can help you out. I can help you out.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die, yeah. Did it die. Did it die. I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die. Did it die? Wait. Did it die? Wait. Did it die?
Whatever you want, I'll be whatever you want. Just tell me you love me or not, whatever it costs. I know I'm talking a lot, there's something I gotta get off. Don't wanna be this no more, I don't wanna drink no more. Always gotta do the most, thinking that I'm insecure. Really should've listened more, but I don't, of course. I'm an asshole, I'm a good guy, I'm your best friend, I'm the worst type. Tell you everything that you heard right, just so I can fuck on the first night. Feel like I'm losing hope, running from coast to coast. I don't know where to go, this all I've ever known.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
My aunt think I'm perfect, I know I'm not. My mama be worried, I told her stop. They know I did drugs and think that I'm off. Little do they know I never could stop. My manager hate when I'm pulling up late. Back on my bullshit, she think it's a phase. I got relations I gotta maintain. I'm two different people, my side and my main. Yeah, I'm sober, I'm an addict, I'm a lowlife, I got habits, but I refuse to be average. Really so tired of acting, don't know what I miss no more. Too bad you don't hit me more. I'm bad when I get too bored, careful what you wishing for.
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
No,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die? I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
Won't die,
Did it die?
wait,
Did it die?
wait.
Did it die?
I'm a stone cold killer, I'm a billionaire. I got my own gold digger. If I wasn't this way, I'd rather die.
So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? Let you go. it's so hard to let you
You're the night sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence, and the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see all blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the tide. I can't find the point where our two pass the line, but you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars, but I've always feared the dark. Now I see violet, I can feel your silence. You always feel so far when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
Heard them say our best days pass us by, and most long for a place that they never find. I'm afraid I wake up when I die, and it is too late to climb any mountain. Time is up running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal. My luck's run out. When things don't go to plan, I kinda lose my mind. I hope it's real, this life comes around. Just keep your faith and search for the fountain. Time is of the essence, the blood running through our core. It's best to not feel sorry when it's over. I will be the greatest that you've ever seen before, and I'll stay eternal.
I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling. I'm following your lead, I'm following this feeling. I'm conquering this fear, I'm busting through the ceiling.
Empty hearts and neon lights, they're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. I don't tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la, oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights, turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly.